Florida, and we're at a final table of a $400 tournament. 6 players remain, all battling for a $46,000 first place. All these players have locked up $9,943, but there is a $3,000 pay jump between 6th and 5th, so we're going to see some interesting play as our short stack Gabe sits with only 1.2 million, about 12 big blinds as we're at 50,000, 100,000. My name is Kyle Fischel. I'm a poker YouTuber, commentator, professional player. Going to give you the commentary. Joining with me is
Eddie Jerome and his back, Kyle. We're back together, baby.
always the dream team. And we're going to start with Aaron does a limp here with 7-5 suited. Could go either way. Could raise it. Could limp it. Both are reasonable. If you limp it and your opponent raises, you kind of want to go for a limp re-raise with this one. But he's just going to try to play a smaller size pot. Plenty of ICM. As like I said, there's a player with 12 big blinds. So you don't really want to get too out of line just yet, especially as the final table's just started. Flop goes check, check, where Aaron out flops Joe with a pair of 7s. Board's getting a little bit dicier. Spades come through, or backdoor spades come through. 10 is a straight, although you expect your opponent to bet if he had a single 10 a lot of the time. But now when you check to him twice, it looks really weak, and now you're in a weird spot when your opponent just gets free reign to bet 250,000. Kind of forces Aaron out of the hand. But luckily he only had to risk 50,000 to win 200,000 because of the 100,000 big blind and the big blind ante. So well played by both. And we're going to move on to the next hand.
Joe takes a stab there on the river and takes it down. I'm a little surprised on how Aaron played that hand, to be honest. He's a pretty aggressive player, and, you know, he flopped a pair there. I'm surprised he didn't put a little feeler bet out there and just see where he was at. Aaron's pretty aggressive. So we'll see how he plays right now.
You get paid with some ace highs there if you put out a min bet 100K, but like I said, there's such a small stack in play right now. You really just kind of want to wait for the 1.2 million to either bust or get a double up, and then you get to reevaluate your strategy from there. But under the gun, Hank finds a premium, at least 6-handed, definitely want to play, but Gabriel finds an actual premium, ace king offsuit, and he's the short stack, and facing a raise, this should probably just be a pretty easy all-in.
Agreed. I don't see any other move. He doesn't want to just call and let Henry fold the flop. So, I mean, get it in here, and there it is.
And let's see 5 cards, he says. Does get it in. He is our shortest stack. And now we're back to a few kings have been folded.
Whoa.
And the chip leader. Very disciplined fold.
All right, Kyle, so I'm going to go through the table here.
Sure thing.
Henry, who you just saw, I've dealt to him probably for about 10 to 15 years now. He's a very tight player. You're gonna have to get him in a bad spot, or you're gonna have to, I don't want to say suck out on him. He is definitely not gonna get it in bad. As you just saw right there, I mean, he only had a call there about another 800,000, and he's just laying down. Giving Gabe a lot of respect right there.
Yep, gives you a chance to extend your chip lead. Lock up one of the pay jumps, even though being such a chip leader, you're probably going to not go out in 6th place all too often anyway. But, you know, at these final tables, each chip is very important. So some conservative play off the start is to be expected. Everyone wants to get a little feel to see what's happening. And we see just a limp with 5-4 off and a check back with 7 deuce. Kind of disappointing to get some really poor hands to start out with when you're at the final table. This is going to be a flop where it's whoever wants it, and Dante puts a little stab out there and gets a technically better hand to fold. But if people can pick up on this, that Hank is slightly over folding in different spots, it's going to be a tough one for him.
So Dante is 26 years old. He's from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He is a poker dealer out in Orange City. Been playing poker for about 4 years. His best cash is in Tampa, a 4th place event. And outside of this, he just likes to travel. So we're going to put the old, we're going to say, you know how dealers, they always say dealers are bad players, Kyle, right? I mean, you've heard that before, right?
I've heard some people claim it. I personally think dealers know so much more about the game than many people give him credit for.
Correct.
Hank's going to limp with a 9-5. He is out of position against the shortest stack at the table. And with Queen 8 offsuit, Gabriel's going to be thinking. He's versing a limp, so how strong can that be? He's probably thinking.
200.
Again, Gabe going to push a little.
Yep, not afraid to get his small stack involved. And to enter the table with 1.2 million, to already be up to 2 million, he is definitely closing the gap with all the other players.
Gabe's 31 years old from Durham, North Carolina. He's been playing poker 18 months professionally, about 10 years in total.
Well, 18 months professionally, and he's already locked up 9,000, trying to get an even bigger score on this $400 tournament. Seems like a good career choice.
I agree. I'm not sure with the sweater situation right now. What's that look we got going on with him? Is it in the sleeves? Is it not in the sleeves? Is that like a French look? What do we got going on there?
Part of me thinks it's simply to cover his neck so that people can't get a read on his pulse. But because some players will do that specifically.
That's very...
I would say that the live reads are a little less... I'd say reliable than they used to be, because players typically get very excited when they both have it and when they're bluffing. So the excited pulse doesn't really tell you a whole lot.
Tony does have the designer scarf, the blue scarf around the neck, so you might be onto something there, Kyle.
Yep, and when he goes all in, puts it around his neck, around his mouth, you're not getting any reads off him. And with ace-queen, he'll be flipping against pocket sixes if Aaron chooses to put him at risk.
Aaron not going to get it in there with the sixes. He'll pick a better spot.
Yep, you love to this late in the tournament, a min raise is appropriate, 200,000. If you're feeling spicy, 2.5 or 2.2 makes sense. But when a min raise is going to get about the same amount of respect, a lot of people will just fold. You get a walk, pick up 250K when you're only risking 200,000. Seems appropriate. And then when you're 3-bet on, you can just assume that the player isn't 3-betting too out of line. So sixes is probably a decent fold here. Your opponent's pretty much saying tens plus ace, king, ace, queen, suited, unsuited. Even ace, jack probably just calls there. So, I mean, hoping for a 50-50 is not really the best way to get for your tournament life when you still have 35 big blinds deep. But if you were down to 10 to 12, it'd be perfectly reasonable to get it in.
Gabe just picking up hands here. It's like 3 out of the first 4 hands. He's just picking up hands.
Yeah, ace-jack offsuit, definitely a premium six-handed. Running into ace-queen offsuit, also very, very playable. Seems like he's probably going to get a taste of a 3-bet.
Aaron just dying to mix it up. I already folded a couple hands where he just doesn't have enough chips to play with, where it's good lay down with the sixes. He doesn't know where he's at in that hand, so he's going to get it in good here. He hasn't dominated.
But now he has a spot to bump it up. Doesn't have to go for an all-in here. That seems to be kind of big. But even a 3-bet to 600,000 puts ace-jack in a somewhat miserable spot. You don't really want to call off over 25% of your stack just to without getting it all in. And you don't really want to get it all in with ace-jack.
There we go.
Gabe will disagree. He will get in the ace-jack, goes for a 4-bet, but gets snapped off by the ace-queen. Now we're at a 70-30 situation.
Here we go. The Anna Kournikova. Will the Anna Kournikova hold?
Gabriel at risk to be our first elimination. Needs a spike a jack. Now he swaps the outs. A queen gives him a straight for the win. Jack is no longer good for him.
Aaron looking to miss now.
Are some chop opportunities if, say, a 9 and a king come. Gabriel picks up 4 more outs. A 7 gives him the best hand.
Wow. Aaron's got a sweat.
It's never easy.
And a brick on the river. Aaron with the double up. Now we can see, Kyle.
Yep. Brick
All right,
will
so
award Gabriel a 9,900 payout. If the chip counts are right, dealer's going to double check them to see. It might be our first elimination of the day.
All right, so you know we like to pick winners, Kyle. Last time we got Moose, we got that correct. So I got a little thing here written down on my notes, jotted down. I have Aaron and Henry going heads up for the title, and I have Aaron taking it down. Who are your picks here, sir?
Well, as much as I love underdogs and not just going along with the curve, I do actually agree with your review. I think that Aaron has the biggest edge on the table in based on experience. I know he plays very deep cash games. He's a tournament crusher. He's no amateur at this table. This isn't like his first time under the lights. He does the stream a lot, so I think he has a lot of experience behind him that's going to help him out. And you saw off rip, he's already started out with a very good start. Gets to raise sixes and then fold when he's behind / flipping, and then he gets it in when he has ace queen and gets a big boost to his chip stack, and he's closing in on the chip leader now. So we'll see if he can close it out.
So for you people that don't know Aaron out there, Aaron's 42 years old. He owns a roofing company, Cooting Company. He's been playing for about 20 years now. He's, like Kyle said, a very good cash game player. Plays in OC, Daytona, travels around. Making a name for himself in poker.
Now the current payout, 5th place, every player has locked up $12,519. 4th place will be $16,434. So there is about a $4,000 pay jump that all these players get to sweat and hope for. Aaron picks up a suited ace, but he's already facing a raise. And he's going aggressive with it. Chooses to 3-bet this one to 800,000, possibly trying to set a tone. You know, really become table captain. He shows, like, if you come up against me, I'm going to bust you, and now I'm going to just run over the whole table. But Hank's not going to let him just steal a pot with a random 3-bet.
Henry coming along with pocket sixes.
Both players miss. It's a 3-bet pot. Spades are out there.
Aggression
Aaron
should take this pot down, for sure.
Yeah, Aaron definitely has pocket jacks in range, all the over pairs. But in general, your opponent's going to call with a lot of 9s, 10s. He possibly has jacks too, and this middling card is really better for the opener and caller's range than the 3-better.
Hank also picks up a straight draw.
Yes,
check
right
again.
Now, if Aaron had like pocket kings, terrible turn card, but great river card to rep. So we'll see if he wants to go for it now. Say I had ace king, check flop, check turn. Now we got to bet if we have ace king. Get a hand like pocket sixes to fold when we don't.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. That check by Henry is going to allow Aaron to fire at this pot, and ace king is definitely in his range. This is going to be a tough call for Henry right now. Does he really want to give it? He just doesn't want to give Aaron more chips. Even though he had the best hand, he doesn't know it. We're creating a monster, Kyle. We're creating a monster.
Yes, Aaron playing very good off the start of this. 3-bet pots are definitely going to be scary to face going forward. If you know that your opponent who does it's going to be putting some aggression later on, you might get more folds. You might be able to even widen his 3-betting range even more now.
You can pick up on Henry's body language right now too, Kyle. If you look, look at his body language. You could just tell he's not sure right now if he just laid the best hand down. I think he really thinks Aaron stole that, but he just, there was nothing he could really do there. I mean, the check on the turn really hurt him. He picked up that straight draw. He should have made a bet at that turn. I agree, for sure.
Yep, having position the whole time. I always say if your opponent checks to you twice, they're probably weak. Not many people have premiums in their trap department when they check twice. So that might be the time to put out a little feeler bet. Even when called, you have position. You get to check back river if a dangerous one comes, or go for the bluff if you feel like it can work.
All right, we got a battle of the blinds here.
Yep, flop goes check check. King high actually has a lot of showdown value right now, so I wouldn't expect Dante to throw out a bet, but he might feel inclined to call one since the flop checked through. Dante sitting there thinking, you can never really have an ace because you limped to me, and there's 2 of them on the board. Highly, highly unlikely, but even a jack is doing pretty good against my hand, so guess I'll let it go. Wait for a better spot.
Joe's 58 years old from Port St. John, Florida. He's a contractor. He's been playing poker for about 15 years. I gotta like Joe. I'm looking in his bio here, and guess where he's from, Kyle? His favorite teams are the Bruins, the Red Sox, the Celtics, and the Patriots. So he's from Mass, just like myself.
Oh, Boston.
Except, obviously, you know I'm a Cowboys fan and not a Patriots fan. Very painful.
Yeah.
I had about 400 messages, Kyle, when the Cowboys got beat by Green Bay. About 400 texts, and my Facebook was basically blowing up. I had to take it all.
I'm sure mine was in there too. Love to needle the fans. All right, Tony. First time seeing Tony get involved. She's gonna raise a big sizing. She makes it 450,000.
Takes it down. Now Tony's an aggressive player. She likes to get it in. I was very surprised. She's sat very patiently through the first 10 hands, and she wants to mix it up. She's no normal lady. You got to give Tony respect. She makes a lot of final tables. Her and her son Vinny, who owns a restaurant, I believe, out in the Orlando area, has taught his mom to play, and she's a player.
And she's a crusher. Picks a good spot. Understands tournament. Didn't have a premium there, but knows you gotta take some spots here and there. You gotta steal the blinds now and again to keep yourself healthy. And I believe we're at 60K, 120, 120. So a 450 raise is still about 3x, which is somewhat big for tournaments. But if it's going to work, might as well implement it. Here we get a little bit more standard, close to a min raise. Dante makes it 250K from the button. Tony looks as though she's not going to give credit to just a button open. Going to defend a Jack-4 offsuit. We're going to go to the streets. Plenty deep enough to take these spots. We're not in just jam or fold territory. We can call it better, too, and try to build a stack.
Dante flops top pair.
And checks it back. Going for a little bit of a trap here. Tony's not going to bite.
Pretty dry board. Dante's going to put out a little bet here to see where he's at.
Yes, if you're Dante, you have to go for some value at this point. Top pair, too strong to check twice. If your opponent has a 5, a queen, 2 random hearts, 6-4, tons of hands that can pay off a small bet there. Tony just happened to not have any of them. But well played by Dante. He gave himself the best chance to make some value on that hand.
Kyle, do you happen to see Nicole Jamal at the final table anywhere? She promised me if I was commentating that she would make the final table, and I don't see her, buddy. What do you think? Is she there? Am I missing her?
She didn't even come to stand in the background and watch.
It's unbelievable.
People these days.
Yeah,
Suited connector under the gun, but Joe seems to be the shortest stack of the table right now, 2.7 mil. He'll pass on the suited connectors. About 20 big blinds. It does seem a little bit too loose at that point, but we are 5-handed, so not the worst. Suited ace on the button, definitely good enough to raise. Aaron decides not to defend the king-4 off. Could defend it if you're feeling spicy, if you think you have an edge on your opponent, but probably better plus EV to just wait for a better spot on that one. Don't really want to play too many hands out of position when there's, plenty of hands to come forward.
That's got to make Henry feel a little better too. If I'm not mistaken, Kyle, I think that's the first pot he dragged. Even though it was small, you got to get that one under your belt. You don't want to go gun shy and just lose. You start to doubt yourself, even being the chip leader, and you just want to get that small pot out of the way, and hopefully he can play a little better and freer now.
It's always good to start building momentum any way you can. Going all the way to Aaron at the small blind. Queen 6 off. Blind on blind, this is definitely good enough to open. Definitely good enough to raise. Looks like he went somewhat big with it.
Raised to 300,000. Yeah.
Possibly going a bit bigger with it because the big blind is the small stack of the table, putting a lot of pressure on him. Works out on this one. And now we're going to move on to the next hand. Still five-handed. Every player's locked up 12K. Stacks are getting a little bit closer to even, where everyone has roughly the same amount of chips. But Joe is the short stack at the moment. Tony raises to 400K with a suited queen. Definitely decent from the cutoff. Probably going to face some resistance in the ace-8 offsuit, but Dante might be pegging Tony as the tighter one. Only played 2 hands so far. Definitely has kind of a small V-pip at that point, so he's going to wait for a better spot. Player's not really trying to play too many hands out of position from the big blind, it seems, so far.
Kyle, have you heard about our new promotions on Sundays and Mondays at Orange City and Daytona Beach?
Oh, tell me about them. How are they?
They are fast-paced. We got a new promo we've launched. If you hit quads, a straight flush, or a royal flush, aces full of jacks or better, you can get paid on the spot. Score up to $1,000 fast cash. I believe it's $1,000 for a royal, $500 for a straight flush, $300 for quads. You don't even have to wait to get paid. There's no clock. There's no time limit. You can't be beat. You get dealt the hand, you get paid instantly.
That is a wonderful thing to happen. I can't tell you how tilting it could be to get on the board and have it cracked with 4 minutes left. This way, if you just make your hand, you get paid. Wonderful.
Can't beat it.
Dante flops top pair, but Hank gets backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and an overcard. He's not going to let it go for just 200K. He's going to try to peel one, see what develops. If it's checked to him, he might be able to have some stealing opportunity. But he gets the ginnest card even possible, picks up a gut shot and a flush draw. Can't imagine he folds to any sizing with that turn card.
And we got a raise. He's coming in.
Exactly. Against 350,000, he bumps it huge. I think that's 2 million. Biggest raise we've seen.
Dante's sitting here now with top pair.
And that top pair shrivels up real quick when you face that.
Didn't want to tangle with the chip leader there, that's for sure.
Yeah, when it's blind on blind, top pair, not even a good kicker. I mean, every 2 pair is relatively available when it's blind on blind. And because he had a 5 blocker specifically, he could easily just have 5-6 there and have the nuts, and you could be drawing dead.
Our chip leader, Henry Wilkin, a.k.a. Big Hank. He's 57 years old from Oviedo, Florida, self-employed. He's been playing poker for about 20 years, home games, house games, OC, Daytona Beach, Tampa. He plays everywhere, and he likes to travel. That's his biggest thing, likes to travel.
Seems a lot of people like to travel. It's one thing about playing poker. It gives you a little bit of freedom. Get to go all around, play wherever you'd like to. Follow series around like the Great American Poker Tour. Here we see Joe open a suited ace. Pretty much the best hand we've seen him get so far. Tony's thinking about defending a suited 10. She definitely does not want to see spades on this board.
Tony coming along. Little does she know, she does not want to see spades on this flop.
Absolutely will be expensive if that occurs, but heads up to a flop, and she gets top pair plus a gut shot to a dummy end of a straight. And Joe in somewhat trouble as he picks up second pair and also a backdoor flush draw. So both players get a piece, and it's hard to make a pair, so Joe's gonna bet it. Makes it 350,000.
Tony's going nowhere.
A lot of action this final table. A lot of raises so far. A lot more than we've seen in some other final tables. She raises to 800,000, and that's just the power of raising an aggression. Is your middle pair looks so bad at this point. Like, yeah, your opponent can have hearts, they can have a random 8, but like they also could just have an overpair. They could have 2 pair. They could have 10-8 where you're doing really, really bad. A 9 here is quite difficult to continue, especially if you think your opponent's going to continue on the turn on pretty much any turn card. Seems like a very tough spot.
Joe's looking to be a little stubborn right here. It just doesn't look like he wants to give it up this easily.
And that's what can happen. You can sit there, play a few dozen hands, and the first time you hit a pair, you're facing some aggression, a raise. Makes it difficult to let it go. You sit there and say, well, I might not get a better spot. This might be the best hand, the best chance I have. He does think better of it.
He does make the proper fold. He was in a tough spot right there. He was drawing pretty thin.
And Tony claws over the 5 million chip mark. Yeah, these last 5 players are definitely battling back and forth. A lot of swings in the chip stacks and the leaderboard. But
Tony's dangerous. She ain't afraid of these boys, that's for sure. She will get it in there and mingle.
yeah, she's battling for the $46,000 first place prize. And we're going to see who gets to take that one home. That's a pretty good, nice new car, I'd say.
Sure. 34-3 for second. I mean, not a bad weekend's work.
Yeah, both are phenomenal payouts for only a $400 buy-in. What a payout. That's a good ROI. King 4 off, looking to just take down some blinds. Really does not want to see some playback, but he will get played back at as Tony's going to come along with King Queen suited. Much better. Choose just a call, and even Aaron has a pretty playable hand. Say versus a bet and a call, Queen Jack, it'd be pretty loose to 3-bet, but definitely reasonable to call. And everyone whiffs. Quickly checks through, and ace on the turn is going to be better for Hank.
You know, Hank being the chip leader there, it goes check, check. You know, I would have liked to see him throw out a bet right there. I mean, you could take the pot down. You could see where you're at. You can get a little feel for the hand. Now checking, he gives power to Tony. Now Tony's going to lead out. Now Hank's King 4 just doesn't look good. And at the time, he could have probably took it down on the flop.
Yeah, Tony going to try to rep an ace, but Aaron's not going to let her get away with it. He picked up a gut shot. Also has position on Tony specifically, and the river bricks off. Tony's best, but we'll see if she gets to see a showdown here. Gives herself a very strong chance of it when she puts out a bet. Doesn't give Aaron the chance to bluff her out of it all too often.
Aaron showing her some respect, as he should.
Yep.
Respect
Tony
your elders,
chooses to
Aaron.
rep.
Respect your elders, and she's a woman. Give her some respect.
Well, possibly just giving her credit for an ace, not giving her too many bluffs in range. But as we can see, she found some game. King, queen, just a gut shot. Goes for 2 streets, and it is rewarded. Probably thinking that Aaron can't have an ace all too often, and he's likely going to fold second and third pair to 2 barrels. But luckily for her, he only had queen high, so bluffing with the best hand, always a good feeling. I'm taking a second with 4 deuce, deciding. Tony picking up another playable hand. King 10 off from the button. Very good position for her. Very good hand when you're 5-handed. But Aaron's picking up a lot of ace queens, and he is pretty confident when he 3-bets.
A lot of people like to call this the parking lot hand, Kyle, because it does send you out of tournaments quite frequently.
Yep, it has a history of sending you to the parking lot, but so far it's gotten Aaron a knockout already, 3-bets it a second time, and for 2 times in a row, this ace-queen is the best hand when he 3-bets.
I think he gave Tony a little peek there at the ace that he wasn't pushing her around. Wow.
Yeah.
Aaron not normally showing his hand. I've dealt to him a lot, and very rarely does he show his hand. He makes a lot of moves. He's a very aggressive player, and he won't give you free info. A lot of times with Aaron, you're going to have to pay. Nice little neighborly gesture there by Aaron, kind of giving her a little peek.
Yep. Basically saying don't open the button too light, because if I have something, I'm coming for it, and I'm going to have it when I come for it.
Or he could be, setting up the bluff as well, Kyle.
Yes, he has 3-bet with ace deuce suited, so definitely wants to add some credibility, some image, part of the game. Just as long as you're cognizant of what you're showing your opponents and how you're going to react and how you think they're going to react to it. Showing is definitely a good part of the game. Here we see Hank open to 425 on a 120 big blind. That's over. Yeah, that is over 3x. It's very large open, and Tony's going to call with the ace-10. Definitely strong 5 ways. Hank possibly just looking to take the blinds down with 7s, but going to get some resistance from the cutoff. Heads up to a flop. No 7, but all diamonds. Both players have a flush draw. Neither one is a very strong flush draw. Be interesting to see what happens if the flush comes in.
Hank going to lead out here. I think Tony's going to come along here with her 10 high flush draw.
Yep, Hank does have the best hand with a pair of 7s. Definitely wants to get value from single diamond holdings, which all brick off.
Hank checks to Tony.
Looks like he's planning a check call, at least from the check part.
She's going to oblige him. She's reaching for chips.
See what sizing she chose when the graphic comes through.
850,000 is the bet.
850,000.
Putting Hank to the test here.
Yeah, difficult spot. It's a big bet. You have third pair, but like I said,
Hank doesn't believe her. Calls with the best hand.
Yep, just hopes that she has a single ace, single king of
Tony
diamonds.
gets the bad news, and Hank with a little Tiger Woods fist pump there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gotta get some victory celebration.
Yeah, a little mojo there, making the right call. Hank's showing he's the chip leader, and he's not going to be pushed around.
Yep.
They've been biting into him a little bit here, so he got to make a stand there.
Always good when the hero calls pay off. And now Tony's been caught bluffing. See if she chooses to tighten up, because she was getting away with a lot of these bets without having it. First time getting caught. See how this develops her game. Start off with a king 5 fold. 9-5 also not gonna continue. Jack 9 off from the button. Think you're a little bit too short to play it. Joe agrees. It's not really deep enough to get the value that you need when you have Jack 9 and you actually make a hand. King 6 off, gonna do a limp. You can raise any offsuit kings 5 or better from blind on blind, but chooses to take the 6 to a flop.
Top and middle pair for both players.
Yep. Both gets a piece. Both have a decent kicker with their pair, so, you know, Hank's not worried about, like,
quick bet and a quick call there, Kyle.
Like that. Nasty turn card for both players.
That is
both
nasty.
Their hands
Both blinds easily could have a 7 or a deuce in their hand.
Dante definitely feeling a little bit better when that 6 pairs, and Hank might just pay him off. He had one hero call and it worked out, and now he sees another one, but 6 is gonna be good on this one.
That hand's just gonna, the way the hand went down, it's just gonna play itself out the way it did. There's really, neither player wanted to get frisky. It just kind of went the way it is and move on to the next hand.
Yep, no one should really bet a single pair when there's a 4-liner straight out there. Always getting called by the straight, drawing dead, which is, you know, very bad.
Yeah, not fun.
You still have showdown value, so you can continue in the hand, just not with a bet.
For all you locals out there and race fans coming to town, on February 25th, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club is going to present the 100,000 guaranteed GAPT Championship. This is a single-day event, $500 buy-in, 25,000 chips, 30-minute levels, Kyle.
I like the 25,000 chip buy-in. I like tournaments that give you a little bit of extra. You know, some start you with like 10 or 15, usually 20, but 25, you know, you get a little bit of bonus to play with. Like
especially in the first 8 levels or so, you know, you could splash around with 25,000 chips.
Yep.
You could always take my philosophy too. You know, there's always a rebuy, Kyle, in these tournaments.
Facing a limp, Tony's going to raise the pocket eights, definitely raise, and she takes down just basically a one big blind as the ante and the first big blind were hers to begin with. Yeah, when I play tournaments, I like to come in right at level 1, right on time. Like, I also think that my personal edge is better at deep stack poker. I understand the philosophy of max late reg and just trying to spin it up and hope, people have been eliminated before max late reg is over, so you've already beaten them. But, I want to play 25,000 deep when we're playing like 100, 200. I think I can run up a stack that way better than playing 25K at 1,000, 2,000 blinds.
So what you're saying is you don't come in like Phil Hellmuth and make a grand entrance and, 4th or 5th level, and you like to get there on time.
Yeah, but I do come with a single trumpeter, not a whole band.
All right. Looks like we're going to mix it up here with Tony and Aaron.
Yep. Tony limps a weakish ace. Aaron going to pounce on some perceived aggression, but Tony's not going anywhere. She didn't limp to fold. Ace of diamonds, somewhat relevant in this hand, depending on how it develops. Aaron with a gut shot and a board that's pretty good for his range, especially because if you had like ace, king, ace, queen, you would definitely want to bet this board, even though you don't connect with it specifically. Overs and gut shots do good on the jack 10 board, and he's gonna just take it down with the king 9. So gets a better hand to fold. We like picking those up. Those are gonna help us go deeper in the tournament.
Aaron, my horse, not letting me down so far. Let's see if I can go 3 for 3 with picking winners here during our telecast.
That would be impressive. Can you pick some NFL winners next?
I mean, I had to go chalk on this one. I don't really like going chalk. Obviously, Aaron is definitely the chalk at this table. We got 5 good players. Aaron is definitely the most experienced, I think, like you said, playing the higher level cash games. And
yep.
You give him chips, he's going to be tough. Dante picks up the fish hooks.
Yep. Pocket jacks. Everyone hates jacks. There is no good way to play jacks, as the pros would say. But he's going for basically a min raise, 250K. Goes all the way around to a very weak looking 5-3 offsuit from a very short stack of 12 big blinds.
Joe just dying to mix it up there. You could tell when he folded there. He's just a little disgusted. You start to get short in these tournaments, and it basically comes. You don't want to go card dead. Joe's going to have to pick a spot here at some point to gamble. I mean, these other stacks are moving up quickly, and he needs to pick up a hand here soon.
Yeah, blinding out is not the best way to go, but sometimes there's a thing called being spot dead. Not just card dead. You don't even have like an opportunity to bluff or make a move or get anything done. 5-3 is just nothing we can do. We can't even play it, even to a min raise. So we'll see if he can find a spot at least soon.
Hank laying down a bad ace there. We got Aaron with jack 5 of clubs on the button, and that is good enough for a raise.
Yeah, definitely when Joe is getting on life support, feeling like you can just take little chunks here and there, and then you're just hoping Dante doesn't pick up a hand, and 9 deuces not really going to be able to fight back, and Hank gets his chip stack, or Aaron gets his chip stack a little bit bigger.
As a poker player, Kyle, when you're playing in a spot like these 5 and you start to see Aaron gain a little momentum here, as a player, do you think you need to be a little more aggressive? Are you going to just sit and let him push around? Because he's just going to build confidence here, and if he feels that he could just push these players around, at some point you gotta punch the bully in the face sometimes. You gotta make a move here and there.
The counterplay that I find most effective is hopefully you find a good trap spot. Like if you flop a set, you just want to check call him down because he's going to bet 3 streets, and that's how you're going to get the max value. With that being somewhat hard to do, let's say you have like ace 5 of diamonds and the board comes 2 diamonds. That might be a spot where you raise. You say like, I'm not going to let you just bet and push me around. I need to, like you said, gotta fight back in certain spots. So trap when you have a premium, or fight back with decent equity, but just gotta. Even if he calls, you just show them that you're not gonna just get run over. You're gonna fight back in certain spots and make them think twice about betting into you.
Agreed.
But so far, minimal resistance from all the moves he's put on. He's not out of line. Queen 8 is pretty good fold from under the gun. I would say he's definitely being a little bit extra splashy if he opened that one. King 9 off from the button, decent. He's gonna get punished when Hank wakes up with pocket jacks.
Just a quick fold. Hank realizes Dante was just kidding there with a little raise there, trying to steal the blinds.
Yep, Hank 7,500,000. Aaron over 6 million, so they're the two deep stacks. Joe at about 1 million, so he definitely has to make a move pretty soon. Tony and Dante even around 3 to 4, so these are where our chip stacks are winding up right now. Not the worst jam, but
this is it. Joe's making a stand with an ace high.
Got one fold. Gotta get through 3 more. 2 folds. 3 folds.
And then we're going to get 4 folds. Aaron shows him the old 7 deuce.
Showing a massive amount of respect. Folding the 7 deuce,
Laying down the Daytona big slick, as they call it here in Daytona Beach Poker Room. 7 deuce off.
Yeah, players love to mix it up with that one.
That and Panda. This is where it was originated. You do know what the Panda is, correct, Kyle?
I've heard it. I've heard it all the way in Virginia Springs, but what is it?
It is the old 5 deuce.
5 deuce.
Made up by John Holeen, if you know John H. from Cleveland, Ohio. He's one of the Cleveland boys that came into our room and started playing a lot. Won a hand with 5 deuce. Called it Panda, and then they all ran with it, especially Freddie the Fish. Freddie the Fish loves to take down pots with 5 deuce. Panda suited, Panda. That's all you'll hear from the Fish.
It's a fun one.
It is.
Blind on blind. Aaron could even just jam this. If he wanted to just, put max pressure on the blinds and pick it up, but choose to go for a somewhat more standard raise size and picks it up anyway.
Again, not much resistance. Aaron just playing his game. I've dealt to Aaron a lot. I'm very impressed. I'm not going to lie, Kyle. There's, dealing, you just kind of deal, and players are players. You see them come and go. Every now and then I'll get a player where I just respect their game, noticing as a dealer. And Aaron's one of those guys that I respect fully. He demands his presence at a table, plays well, has the funds to back it, and he will apply pressure to you.
Yeah,
unlimited pressure
is definitely one of the benefits of being able to play. Definitely need that to be able to make moves here and there. Tony opens a suited king, gets a walk, and each walk 300K. It's a decent increase.
I think the dealer needs to push the chips a little closer to Tony. What do you think on there?
I know.
Making a reach. She's a little shorter on the shorter side. Come on, dealer. Help out our players there.
That's why he was not tipped on that hand. Maybe on the next one.
Yeah, maybe at the end when Tony takes it down.
Seven, 6 off, easy fold.
So
4.2 million, plenty of wiggle room, plenty of time to wait.
So very quietly, Kyle, Aaron has completely doubled his stack from the start. He started with 3.2, now roughly 6.7.
And he's taking a spot here, choosing an 8-4 suited, try to steal some blinds.
Yeah.
Gets it through pretty easily. Got a suited queen to fold.
That's the Aaron I know. That's why in that first hand when he had 5-7 of clubs, I believe, he likes to splash around with those hands. I was surprised he checked that all the way to the river on that first hand, and because he's normally pretty aggressive on those hands. He knows where he stands in those hands. I was very surprised, but now, like we said, he's just starting to run him over. over 7 million now in chips for Aaron.
Closing in on the lead. We'll see if he can get it. If he continues to get steals with like 8-4, it'll be pretty easy for him, but soon
Picking up
people will
King
eventually.
Jack.
Yeah, this one's an open. Feel like players will eventually, get intel from the stream and maybe a fight back. We'll see if he just navigates well or he really just loosens it up and just tries to steal every hand. King Jack would not be a steal. It's just a very strong hand to play.
Tony gonna fight. She's got a naked ace here.
Yep. He's picked up some aces before, but she has just check folded to somewhat dicey boards.
Tony looking at Aaron, trying to size him up. Trying to figure out if he
she-
has a real hand in his hand.
She picks up a piece, pair of sevens. You now have no kicker problem. Beating ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, all that stuff.
Tony got to feel her sevens are good now with Aaron with the check back. Aaron picks up a gut shot straight draw and 2 overs. I think Aaron's going to call here, Kyle. I think he's going to call here. I think his 2 overs he thinks is good even if she puts on a pair. No, he's going to give Tony some respect. A little surprise there. Yeah, he wanted a call. Little wry smile from Aaron there.
There is no need to risk too many chips when there's a lot of uncertainty. Like, if he calls there and the river's, let's say, a queen, and your opponent bets, well, you're probably folding. Like, it's really hard to fight back at that point. So, when you're calling just to hit your out and no real avenue to win otherwise, probably best to just let it go, wait for another spot. But, like, if he could calculate some bluff outs where, like, he assumes that an ace on the river is his card, even though in this particular sense it wouldn't be.
Right.
Then it's more reasonable to call, make a move here and there. But I think he just gave his opponent credit for a pair that's not folding all too often, and if they're not going to fold all too often, might as well just give it up when we just have king high.
Yeah, Tony put a bet out at 600,000, so it was enough. It was just enough to get Aaron off the hand. Tony waking up with ace king off.
Going on a run here. Definitely picking up some hands, going back to back with it.
Dante's been pretty quiet at this final table so far. We're going to see if he wants to get a little stubborn here with his ace-5 suited.
Right now, he's going through all the solvers in his head that says ace-5 is just a jam. But because of the ICM implications of Joe being so short, this would not be the spot for it.
Makes the correct laydown. Dominated in that situation.
Yeah, it would be quite a big misstep if he decides to put a lot of chips in the middle with such a short stack ready to bust right next to him. Definitely should wait to take some riskier spots when, you're the short stack or everyone's kind of even. But right now it's 12. Everyone's locked up 12.5K, and fourth place is 16.4. So 4K pay jump. You definitely don't want to mess up an opportunity to get that extra $4,000.
I might have to enter one of these tournaments, Kyle, and make a final table here and let you analyze my play.
I won't roast you every action, just every hand.
I guarantee you I would not sleep the night before because I know you would. The picking apart would be ruthless and well deserved, I think, in my end.
Joe finds a spot. He's got
Ace-4.
an ace versus a button open, which could be a lot of hands that you're beating. Fortunately for him, he's versing the smallest of pairs, getting a good price. Only 600,000 to call.
And Tony makes the call. Here we
Going
go.
for it. Put him at risk. Smallest pair versus a weak ace. About a coin flip, 53% in the pocket deuce's favor for an elimination.
You like the deuces here, Kyle, when you play, or do you like the 2 overs? How do you like to go out of a tournament?
I never like deuces. Deuces have the propensity to get counterfeited. Like when the board comes 6, 6, 7.
Agreed.
There's so many more outs out there. So
Yep, totally agree. Tony dodges the flop. Her 2s are still good.
Yep. Everyone on their feet. They know it's a big pay jump.
A jack. Tony picks up a flush draw.
Yeah, cuts out some of Joe's outs.
Yeah,
Diamond
here
goes
comes
to
the river,
deuces.
and that's a 9. Tony eliminates Joe.
Deuces hold. Deuces never loses. That's why we play them. They're wild here, so really she had a straight flush, so that's good for her.
So Joe goes out in 5th place, and he picks up $12,519. Fired, let's see, I think Joe, he fired 2 bullets. So we got 800 minus 12,000, 519, about 11.8 for a payout. Not a bad weekend for Joe.
Yeah, definitely a good payout. $10,000. I'd take that. That'd be pretty good. Probably give myself a steak on the way home. Proud of myself, how I played.
Where you going? Where you going for your steak? You going to Council in Orlando?
Oh, I don't know yet. I have to look it up.
Have you never been to Council?
TikTok reviews.
Council Steakhouse. Yeah, a lot of our bigger steak poker players in OC. I see a lot of Facebook lives where they're going to that Council Steakhouse. It's supposed to be top.
They speak about it in hushed tones after they stack someone. Well, it looks like there's going to be a slight color up going on, and players are on a short break.
Let's talk another promo here. Why don't we, Kyle?
I love the promos. Orange City Daytona, biggest I've ever seen, honestly.
How about spin the wheel or no wheel? Every Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. You could seize the moment every 30 minutes as the winning high hand has the chance to pocket $2.99 in cash or take a spin on the wheel for even bigger winnings. Come on in on the Thursdays.
Oh, spin the wheel. Oh, give everyone a choice. Let them sweat it. Should I go for more?
Yeah.
Should I take the $2.99? But I'm sure if you contact them on, Facebook, they'll get back to you. Yep, great tournament director. Makes huge tournaments with massive guarantees, and they always crush the guarantees. That's why you can turn a $400 buy-in into a $46,000 payout. That's not very standard in the tournament world all too often.
Byron's the nuts, Kyle. I always talk him up, and give him his props. What an amazing job he does. He's also my boss, So, I got a little loyalty there. But in all seriousness, Byron does an amazing job. Worked for years at Tampa Hard Rock. We were lucky enough to get him as the highest priced free agent on the market. We brought him in and just does an amazing job.
So what you're saying is your 2023 end of year review is coming up. That's why you're saying this. Got you. No, I love Byron. He always does a great job. Always professional. Looks good in a suit. So what could be better?
JT getting in the box now, Kyle.
Oh, okay.
He's got the slick. He's got the slick gel look working tonight.
Sounds good.
Johnny Taman been dealing here at Daytona Beach for probably around, I would have to guess, probably about 13 years now, if I had to guess. One of our excellent dealers here at Daytona Beach Kennel Club.
I agree. He was dealing even when I was a 1-2 player.
1-2 grinder?
Starting out my vlog.
Yeah.
Not really. I wouldn't even have called myself a grinder. It was a hobby for me. That's how most poker players start out. Just something you're kind of interested in. And then you get a few strong wins under your belt, and then all of a sudden you're a professional, possibly playing on a final table to win $46,000.
You play 1-2, and you can make some money in 1-2. You get a lot of players that come in. When they play 1-2, they just kind of they're there for fun. Not everyone's there to make money. Some guys are there to just have some drinks and lose a couple $100 is fine. So I mean, if you pick out the right players, you can scratch out a little niche for yourself.
I loved it. When I was starting my blog, one of the common questions I'd always get was, could you make a living playing 1-2? And a lot of the common theory was like, no chance, never. And I always responded, yeah, if you're in Orange City, easily. Like, there's so much action. Like, the games are so good. You could easily make a few $100 every time you went there at playing 1-2. So I always said that Orange City 1-2 is the best 1-2 game in the entire country, and I've been a lot of places.
March 2nd, Kyle, we got a Women's Charity Invitational firing up, powered by LIPS and benefiting the WPA. Daytona Beach Card Club is proud to partner with LIPS for their 20th anniversary tour. Our Women's Charity Invitational will benefit the Women's Poker Association with an additional $10 charity add-on. For this event, it's a $200 buy-in, 20,000 units, 25-minute levels.
Yeah, I've seen videos of other poker bloggers go to Lips events, and they always say that it's a wonderful time, like really fun atmosphere just in general. Everyone's happy to be there. Don't always get exactly that environment at a poker table, but when everyone's having fun and it's for charity, it's a wonderful thing. Highly recommend anyone who's watching who's even considering getting into poker. That would be an event to jump into. Highly recommend that one.
Okay. Okay. Saturday, February 10th, Kyle. We have something called the Super 40s. $300 buy-in. 40,000 chips, right up your alley. 30-minute levels. You could splash around there forever, my friend. Splash, splash.
I love the deep tournaments. Those are the best. That's why the main event, I think you were like 100K deep this time to start.
You could pretty much fold the day two in the main event now.
I do like that, but it is it's also fun when you see people, even players who would typically max late reg, they do come to the main event like immediately, and they're sitting there like, oh, I'm up to 150, or oh, I'm down to 70, but it's fine. I'm totally I can. This is easy to come back from, and everyone's kind of just comparing their day one results. Yeah, deep stack tournament is a lot different than how tournaments typically get. So those are the ones that I always buy into, because especially when it says monster stack, deep stack, any of that, those are.
All right, Kyle, seeing as how we have a little dead time here, let's talk for our betting audience out there. I mean, not that anyone's a gambler watching this site.
No.
So who do you have in the Super Bowl, and who is winning with the final four teams left? Detroit at San Francisco, and we also have the Chiefs are at the Ravens.
I had, even when the playoffs started, even halfway through the season, I had Ravens 49ers, like just
pure chalk.
For many reasons,
yeah.
For which I've spoken previously. Ravens 49ers, I just thought that's where it was going to go. And
still sticking to that?
Yep, that's definitely who's going to be in the Super Bowl. Might be a close game. I'm not really certain. I think McCaffrey might just pop off. Like, Purdy's been playing decent, but not amazingly, and we're going to see if Lamar Jackson just outruns their D-line or if they can contain him.
So we have Kyle Fischel on record saying it's going to be Ravens, 49ers, and you are going with the 49ers to win the big game.
That's what I'm going with. Yep.
Even though the Ravens smashed them in Candlestick, huh?
Yep. It is what it is.
I hate picking chalk. I love the underdog of Detroit being into the NFC Championship game. I think it's the first time since 1957, if I'm not mistaken. Hard not to root for the underdog, but I just think they're running into Goliath right now. I think it'll be a matter of Deebo Samuel if he actually plays in the game. If he plays in the game, I probably think San Fran is a big favorite. I would have to guess they're probably about a -7 betting line. In the other game, you got basically Lamar Jackson, who's trying to get to his first Super Bowl against the new Tom Brady, Mr. Patrick Mahomes. The guy just never loses. I thought Buffalo was actually going to beat Kansas City this year. I thought this was their best chance to do it because of the fact that the Buffalo had the game in Buffalo. And, you know, we got the old wide right. Same way Buffalo lost the Super Bowl in 1992, I believe, correct? When Scott Norwood kicked it right. They missed a field goal yesterday that would have tied it, and Buffalo loses a heartbreaker again. So
there was a swift wind that probably blew it the other direction.
I'm going to go a little slighter than you. I'm going to go Kansas City gets back there again against San Fran. And I'm going to pick San Fran to win it all.
I just think that Mahomes has had a weaker season than he's had for a long time. Like, he's been like an all-star top quarterback in the league and just plays alone. I think he's a little bit slower, a little bit, you know, misses here and there, and those are going to add up.
Yeah, it's
Kelsey's best tight end in the league by far, I think, but, you know, Mahomes was Super Bowl caliber when he was making, like, every week he's on a top 10 play with an amazing highlight.
Are you a Swiftie, you know? Kyle? It sounds like you're kind of like a Swiftie. Are you a Swiftie? A little Kelsey and Travis Swift? Taylor Swift?
I have a business major, and I got a master's in finance, and I just see where dollars and incentives here and there, and there's a lot more money to be made if
All right, we are up and running again, Kyle.
Kansas City makes it. Yep, we are back. Let's see what the blinds are. I assume they are up after that break. Looks like we colored out all the orange 5K chips. We just have grays for 100,000 and blues for 25,000.
I do agree with you, Kyle. It is all about money, though, and you are right. Kansas City is the bigger draw. We'll leave that at that. We'll see if the fix is in or not.
No, just viewership in the NFL alone just went up by 30%. It was like, okay, let's do it. Getting a smidge of graphic errors. I'm sure we're going to fix that momentarily.
There was only two. There they are. There they are. Thank you. Is that all of them? Or is it? Okay.
I don't like my hand. You want to do it again? Because I was on the YouTube line. I'm not sure why the YouTube side is showing. Forgot again.
All right, graphics are catching up. A little bit of an error, but and we see Aaron. Looks like he opened the button. And Hank defended with a queen 6. All spades flop. Aaron gets a pair of 5s though. Could bet, could check. I think a mixed strategy here is pretty good. He chooses to bet and take it down.
Again, we had somebody miss, Kyle, on the last thing on a Saturday. It's February 10th. Super 40s, the tournament is called. $300 buy-in, 40,000 units, 30-minute levels. You could splash around for as much as you want. Get in here, mix it up for a $300 buy-in, and play as much poker as you want with 40,000 chips.
And what was that date again?
That is February 10th.
February 10th. Get your girlfriend a good Valentine's Day gift when you win it.
John Taman on the chat splatting in here. Eddie, you look good in a Packers jersey. I don't know if you knew, Kyle, but you know how we can wear you could wear jerseys at work in OC and Daytona Beach. I lost a jersey bet between Dallas and Green Bay Packers, and I had to be embarrassed enough to wear a Green Bay Packers jersey at work last Saturday.
At least wear a Jordy Nelson jersey.
Oh,
He may
no.
be out, but he was the GOAT.
I would have took that, or a Clay Matthews. Nope, the guy decided to give me Aaron Rodgers.
The Jets one. Hank picks up a gut shot and a flush draw. He's not going anywhere on this one.
Tony, no
Continues to bet.
resistance.
Yeah, Hank just a ton of equity on that board. Just hard to even lose. We are four-handed, so we're going to see a bit wider of play, even though we've seen a ton of action and a ton of wide play so far. It's going to get even more spicy as we go forward.
Even with the big move by Aaron up to 6.9, Hank is hanging in there, holding his own at 7.5 million. Still the chip leader. Psychologically, you'd like to remain the chip leader the whole time when you're a chip leader at a final table.
Yeah, but all too often we see the very few people go wire to wire, leader to winner. You know,
That I
just
agree.
takes one hand that goes wrong to shake you. But so far, Hank's hung in there.
Dante
Had
raising
some
to
go the other way.
300 with ace 6. Hank going to give up the queen 10.
Yeah, he reached for it and then decided that it'd be better to let it go.
Tony coming along with ace deuce of clubs.
She does love her deuces.
And Aaron will make the call as well. 3 to the flop.
Getting a good price. 1 million in the middle already. Dealer puts out a pair of 4s for Aaron. He flops best. Tony gets a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Not the worst board for that one, but he's gonna check. Does not have the betting lead.
Look at the way
Kind of-
Tony just looks at Aaron, Kyle. Just sizing him up. Knowing he's capable of making moves and knowing he's an aggressive player, she's just trying to pick up any tell she can off of Aaron.
Yep, and he just leads on a board where people are gonna miss a lot of the time. Tony's gonna peel one.
Tony coming
Little bit of
along.
banter.
Gives him a little
So
wry
this is-
smile.
Yeah, and she picks up the clubs. That's why we call it backdoors, because when we pick it up, we have a ton of outs, 36% equity.
Tony going to
That
better
was-
flush draw here.
Yeah, results in a lead, and now Aaron's in a really gross spot. Bets a 4, gets called, overcard comes and gets led into. Dead if your opponent has a 5, you know. If she has 6, 7, you're not doing good. Yeah, that's what it is. It's kind of
Gives it
a
up.
weird turn card. Kind of shakes your head. Okay, I guess I'll fold to a lead.
Again, Kyle, we say it in all these tournaments, we can't stress enough how aggression pays off for you in tournaments. You just can't sit around. You have to make some moves. You have to let your opponent know you can make some moves. Only way your chip stack's going to go up in the right direction.
Yeah, it's very hard to make a hand. Any hand. Like, when you're playing a tournament this deep into it, like, a pair is somewhat unfoldable to a single bet. Any pair. So that's why Aaron even led that flop, which is... Leads aren't too common at any stage in any tournament or cash game at all. You don't see them too often. He led and got called and then got led into. It's a very, very... abnormal hand that just happened. That's kind of why he has to just kind of chuckle and fold, because they don't really write books on your lead gets called and then you get led into.
Aaron just calls in a small blind, and Dante checks behind.
Yep. Almost 6 million for Aaron. He's got plenty to work with.
Big flop, neither player getting a piece of this action. Aaron is definitely going to lead out here.
Yeah, Aaron thinking Dante would have raised if he had any strong aces or queens, so he thinks he can just take it down. And he does get a gut shot and overcard to fold, so very good lead. He's definitely dialed in. He understands ranges very well, and he knows spots that he can take advantage of players and steal pots. And whoever steals the most pots usually wins tournaments. It's not about the hands that you win from making hands. It's about the ones you win when you're not supposed to win them. And winning one with 6 deuce is going to help.
A lot of experience at this final table here, Kyle. You got Tony and Aaron and Hank all probably with over 15 to 20 years experience, if not more. And Dante, I don't even know if Dante's been alive that long. Let's see how Dante is 26 years old, so he is definitely at a disadvantage experience-wise at this final table. We'll see if he can hold his own.
He's already held through 2 pay jumps. Tony gonna open a suited connector, and Aaron gonna decide to defend his button.
Dante is the low stack at the table now with 3.5 million.
He's looking down at Queen Jack off suit versus a raise and a call. You know, I guess deciding if he wants to jam or not, because calling would probably be a little bit optimistic. Hank's gonna let these two battle because the Tony Aaron show has been happening pretty consistently so far after the break. Everyone whiffs. That's what a lot of hands are gonna be in this final 4 of the final table.
Tony checks to Aaron on a pretty wet board. Aaron can make a move here and throw out a little feeler bet, see where he's at. Tony with the quick fold. I'd like to see Tony hold her hand a little bit more in that spot, Kyle, just to give Aaron a thought that there might be a raise coming in, or there could be, you know, you like when a player folds instantly like that, or do you really not? What's your thought on that process? I like to at least give your opponent, you know, see if you can pick a little tell off him, see if you can just see his reactions. By you just folding instantly just makes him feel great. Like he made a move and he knows he can make moves on you. And what's your thought process on that?
On that hand specifically, I like tanking a little bit, mostly because Tony made it 450k pre, and then Aaron, when checked to, gets to bet 250k on the flop and get an insta fold. Like, if you can risk 250 to win a pot of about $1 million, and just have no worry whatsoever, those steals are going to add up long term. Unfortunately for Tony on that hand, it was just such a big whiff. It's hard to even fight back. You play 5-6, the board's 7 queen, no backdoor spades, backdoor straight, but the board's paired. Like it's just such a hard whiff. There are some hands where you're just gonna insta fold no matter what and just give up. You don't need to fight for every pot, and that's just kind of one of them. But
I'm just shaking my head agreeing with you completely. I mean, I can't. Everything you're saying right there is just spot on. I agree. I think you need to hold on, especially when, like you said, when she opened for 450. Hank picking up ace king on the button. See if we can get some fireworks here if Aaron can pick up a hand.
9-6 is not going to do it. Aaron's lining them up. Has a king.
No. Not going to get frisky with a little king 3 off there against both chip leaders.
Yeah, I might have identified that Hank hasn't opened too many hands, and the ones that he had have always been pretty good, so king 3 seems a little bit too out of line to try to defend. If you're going to defend in your Aaron, I expect a 3-bet. Would not have worked in that instance, but you know,
Hank's got he's got such a good table presence. Even when I deal to him, always in a good mood. One of those guys is very hard not to like. He's just a very good guy.
There's something said about someone who's always in a good mood. There are a lot of people that cannot handle themselves too well sometimes.
At the poker table? No way, Kyle.
Yeah.
No way.
Poker can get emotional.
No.
Can get frisky sometimes. So it is high praise to say someone always has a level head and always good with it. Aaron going to choose a relative premium hand to add to his calling range. That's very good. He's choosing to balance himself very well. He's possibly going to get rewarded when he gets top pair and checks.
Playing it sneaky. Dante checks behind.
Very strong checking range now that these players probably would catch up on.
Aaron's going to bet with the heart draw out there now. Paired board and a heart draw. He's going to put out a bet of 200,000 and take it down.
Yeah, it goes very small.
Aaron was trapping there. He was setting a little trap there. You could see a little wry smile. He wanted Dante to make a little stab at that pot. You could tell.
And now players have to showing there's probably very good. Like Aaron shows there because basically saying that if I check, it means that I could still have top pair. And he wants everyone to know that his check does not mean he missed.
Sure.
And that's gonna add to his play in the rest of the final table. Any ace is good four-handed, even offsuit with a deuce.
Even too, Kyle, when you pick up on a player who's very aggressive like Aaron is, you know, a little radar goes off in your head when they check. Normally they're betting every time. So when they kind of check, it does put that thought in your head and plants a seed that he could be trapping me here. Why would he be checking?
Top players will be unpredictable. They will make you wonder. They'll put you in weird spots, and they'll give you every chance to make a mistake. Hank puts out above 350 when the flop checks through. Ace high could be good some of the time. Tony continues. A king would have been max pain for a counterfeit, but gets an 8. And
Takes it down.
ace high folds facing a second bet.
Another $850,000 pot to Hank right there. He is up to $8.3 million in chips.
For Tony not to think about that one, it's kind of strange because there was 2 spades, 2 diamonds on board. So if Hank ever has a missed flush draw, you're just winning. But possibly just pegs him as a little more value heavy than other players. And I would say in general, folding to river bets is the best way to play. Large river bets, a lot of people don't have the bluffs in them, so probably a good fold.
Dante with
long-term.
pocket fours moving all in. Hank sits back in
Very
a little disgust. He must have a hand that is somewhat callable. King, queen of clubs.
Yeah, and this is massive for the stakes. It's like closer to 25 bigs, I would say. I think we're at 150, 150, 75
like
small blind.
Hank a little disgusted there on the fold. He definitely wanted a call there. Didn't want to double Dante up, it looks like, but he wanted to make the call, you could tell.
It can be incredibly disappointing when you're sitting there waiting for hands. You're looking down at, king 5, jack 4, 6, 9 offsuit, and then you get king queen, but you get so much action that your hand kind of shrivels up.
Yeah.
Just open jam for 3 million. That's a big jam. And it does look like we are 150, 150, 75. So
Hank with pocket threes this time.
or 150, 150, 100. I think.
Raises it up to 350,000.
We're gonna see if Aaron goes for a 3-bet. Hasn't 3-bet bluffed in a while. Might think it's a good time. He does choose the 3-bet bluff with the ace 5.
My colleague spot on with that call. And Hank just going to lay the threes down. Aaron just demanding respect right now, Kyle. Just demanding respect. He's just, again, he's the best player at the table in my opinion. He is definitely the most aggressive player at this table, without a doubt. And he's starting to pick up some cards, like you said, that can make some moves in some certain spots and make his opponents feel uneasy in other spots. And that's the name of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty big pickup to get pocket threes to fold. Technically, it's a better hand than ace 5, so no need to connect. Just win a whole $500,000 in chips just with a good time 3-bet.
Aaron just calls with queen 4 of diamonds.
Yes, doing a lot of limping small blind versus big blind, which is somewhat good because the big blind has the big blind ante as well. So you're incentivized to limp like every hand. There's not a hand that's bad enough not to be worth at least a limp. But when board is all clubs and you have no clubs, hard to win that one. And then Dante, pairing a small flush draw, but you have a lot of hand there, especially blind on blind. So he's gonna just put a small bet out there and win.
Again, new promo at Daytona Beach and Orange City Racing and Card Club. Sundays and Mondays, it's called Fast Cash. If you hit quads, a straight flush, or a royal flush, you will be paid instantly. You are not up on the clock. You cannot be beat by a better hand. You get paid $1,000 for a royal, $500 for a straight flush, and $300 for quads. An amazing new promo, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Sundays and Mondays.
Well, here we see Aaron open to 325, getting a 3-bet. First premium I'm thinking we see at the final table.
Dante
I think,
picks up the ladies.
yeah, I think Jacks was the other best hand we've seen so far. So
Now Aaron has a cracking hand, Kyle, here. He's got 9-10 suited, and he's definitely going to want to see a flop with this hand.
he has position as well. It's pretty easy to play. You either connect and continue, or you just completely whiff and fold. So position, decent hand. He's going to go with it, or he's going to continue, not fold. So now we're heads up to a flop, 1.7 the mill, and Aaron kind of smacks it, as well as Dante. Hits a set, Aaron gut shot plus flush draw. We might see a 7 million chip pot. Dante continues small. You know, his set blocks a lot of his opponent's value, but a king's never folding, so he's pretty happy to bet small. Aaron realizing that he doesn't need to just go broke with 10 high. He can try to make a hand, see if his opponent slows down on the turn, and he makes it.
Oh, here we go. This is it.
All in a call. Dante still has 10 outs. Any board pair is good for him, so flush is ahead, but it's not over, and we have an 8.4 million chip pot. Knockout on the line, 10 outs for Dante. Can he get a board pair?
Made for TV hand right here. Down to the river for their tournament life. Another club. Aaron knocks out Dante. Now we have a monster, Kyle. Now we've officially created a monster. I would also like to tell you, Kyle, that Mr. Michael Stringle just came in and explained to me they also, on the Fast Cash on Sundays and Mondays, not only do you get 1,000 for a royal and 500 for a straight flush and 300 for quads, they also just added in any aces full house, you will receive 100 American dollars.
Oh, that's actually awesome. You get that pretty often. I got one the last time I played. I didn't hit a high end. If I was there, I would have made $100. Seems worth.
They owe you.
I know. I'll wait for my check.
All right, we're down to three-handed.
Wait for the dust to settle to see what Aaron's exact chip count is. But he's definitely the leader at this point.
Now, Kyle, I mean, if you've paid attention to this final table, which I know you do very well, these are the three players that have been the most aggressive and playing the most pots at this final table. The other players were just kind of sitting back and waiting for a premium hand like Dante just got finally. And obviously those three are eliminated. So it just shows you how, you know, first you need the chip stack at the final table. You can't be short stacked, but then you also have to play some hands. You know, your VPIP should probably be around between 30 and 40%. Would you agree? You know, you want to mix it up and you want to get some chips. You just can't sit back. You sit back at these final tables and you're just going to get blinded down, and then you're going to play a hand that you just can't afford to lose, and you're going to be out.
Yeah, when you're six-handed, it should be higher than 30% because there's going to be some just natural hands that you're going to play. You get a lot more buttons, a lot. There's no more under the gun +1, under the gun +2. You're already starting at basically the low jack, so there's a lot more hands you can play from that position than you could if you were playing under the gun with a 9-handed table. And then additionally, because of the tournament, how it is, right now I believe it's 100, 150, 150. If it folds you in the small blind, it's 50,000 to win 400,000. You cannot fold getting 7-1 on almost any hand, and that would naturally bring your VPIP up if you wanted to limp it. And we see Aaron limping a lot of small blinds. He kind of understands that. And he's doing it with good hands to balance it when he has like 8-3 offsuit when he's still getting 7-1 and he has to limp. So he'll limp with like Queen Jack off as well. But here we're pretty much most hands from here on out with three-handed is going to be blind on blind technically. So it's going to be even wider, even more hands. Aaron goes for a C bet, takes down a hand, 12 million in chips for him.
Just raking in another pot.
Yep. Forgot to mention, congratulations to Dante. He raked in $16,434 for his fourth place finish. Congratulations for him. Now with these three players left, everyone is guaranteed $22,208. That's a decent payday. That's going to be at least a Honda Civic. And we like Honda Civics.
I'm not going to lie, Kyle. I'm a little jealous out there. That's about 16,000 hands I have to deal for what Dante just made in a little less than 2 hours.
Right you are. And no one gives you a $2 tip. Dealing garbage out there, I guess.
No.
All right, Aaron limps his queen 6. Faces a raise. He hasn't been raised from the big blind all too often, so he's going to choose the queen 6 to let it go. And he doesn't lose a whole lot of chips just to get a chance to see a flop, so.
Aaron just playing great right now. Playing great, running great.
Yep.
It's going to take these two players. We're going to either have to get a cooler here. We're going to have to get some type of cooler, some type of flush draw against an overpair to try to put a little dent in Aaron here, or he's just going to steamroll this final table.
I mean, we did just somewhat see a cooler, you know, pocket queens on king queen X with 2 clubs against 10-9 of clubs. That's pretty cold.
Yeah.
You know, flop a set with queens, but waiting all final table to make a hand, then you sitting there with the money and saying queen, 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 queen.
Yeah.
There it is. You know, you're.
Unfortunately, there
It's
was 2
unlucky.
clubs and an open-ended straight draw for Aaron. He was going nowhere.
Yep. Here we see both players get a piece. Aaron has middle pair. He's probably not going to fold. Tony's got a pair and open-ended, so she was just lead 400. Aaron calls. Club would be an
3.7
interesting
into the
turn.
pot right now.
Aaron does pick up a club. He's running relatively pure on his backdoor club equity. Tony going to go for a second bet. Same size. We'll see if Aaron picks this as weak, you know, an 8 at best when you bet the same size as the flop and the turn when an overcard comes.
I'm expecting a raise here from Aaron. There it is, 1.4 million. I mean, he's just playing so good right now. All his reads are perfect. He's got the best hand here with the flush draw. Tony kind of in a bad spot. Bottom pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it's a very good raise here. The logic being, if an 8 folds, you're doing fantastic. You know, you'd love to see an 8 just fold. You know, your opponent leads with like 8-10, and then you have a 7, but now you get them to fold a better hand than you.
Tony
And when
comes
you're
along.
called,
A 9 of clubs
you
here
still-
would be really bad for Tony.
Yep, when you call, you still get a chance to hit your clubs, which you do not, but you
Just a
hit
10.
a 2 pair. Pretty easy jam at this point. You made 2 pair, you know.
Tony frustrated. Just folds frustrated.
Pretty much only losing to 9-6 exactly on that river card, so hoping your opponent has like 7-8, 5-7, pocket 6s, just feeling their bluffers or their blockers out and thinking Aaron's aggressive.
Aaron, what a nice guy. Just telling Tony what he had there, making her feel a little better about herself, even though he's just stacking her chips right in front of her.
Yep, and he had the best hand on the turn too, so
Yeah.
Tony actually drawn very thin there, needed a non-club 9 or 4 for her straight. Also had some 2-pair chances, but had to be non-club, which is takes more outs away than some people realize.
Kyle, I'm afraid Aaron's just going to steamroll this table here. Do we get our full salary on this if it goes only 3 hours? I mean, what's in our contract? What's in our contract for this situation?
I think we get a raise for our expert commentary, you know, just encouraging these players to give action and be exciting and get it in with Queen Jack suited.
And Aaron wakes up with 10s. He wants a count.
That's gross. 3-handed 10s. That's actually somewhat tough. He's got the chip stack to just easily call the 2 million. You know, only 14 million. Call him 2. But he doesn't really want to even this out and give.
Yeah, does he want to race? And he makes the call. I mean, I don't hate Tony's hand in this spot. I don't hate it at all.
Yep. Aaron's been doing good with his 50-50s. He's looking for one more to get another knockout.
This is what we were talking about. We needed Aaron to get put in a spot here, and when one of the other players has to get a little lucky, because if they don't get any luck and he's the best player at the table, then they have no chance.
All lower than that.
8, 9. So Aaron can't hit his 10 now. That would give Tony
picks
a
up some
straight.
extra outs, 2 more 10s to give Tony the best hand.
Backdoor clubs. That's a brick.
That is unhelpful, but 8 outs to keep Tony alive. Otherwise, we're down to heads up.
Duh.
7.
And here it is. I don't want to say it, Kyle, but Who was my final two? Aaron against Henry.
You did say Aaron against Henry.
Aaron winner.
And
Henry, you got your work cut out for you, my friend.
I believe Aaron gets a bonus for knocking out every single player at the table so far. Knocked out first player ace queen versus ace jack, second player flush versus set of queens, third player you knock out. Oh no, just kidding. Tony knocked out Joe with
Joe was knocked out, then Tony. Yeah. Dante, then Tony.
So Aaron only got 3 knockouts, less impressive. Anyone can get 3 at a final table of 6, easy.
So we're gonna go heads up here, Kyle. With looks like 17.1 million for Aaron, 7.1 for Hank. A little over 2-1.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like Henry or Hank/Henry, whichever one he likes to go by. He tightened it up, and he's locked up himself $34,000. Tony out in third wins $838. Obviously, based on the chip lead, you would expect Hank to have a slight edge, but anything can happen. It is heads up. Anyone can win this. Literally in 2 hands, the game could be over.
What is that suit Byron's wearing? Is that Versace, Kyle? I might have to put in. I might have to put in for an MOD spot.
I don't know. He's clean cut. Always looks good.
Got the Oakley glasses. Versace suit. I mean, I might be doing the wrong thing. I might have to apply.
Moves the chips smoothly, lines them up nice. You know, great posture, technique. Has the bent knuckle on top of it as he grabs it. That's how they teach you.
All right, let's go over some promos here one more time when we got some dead time here for our fans out there.
Promos.
Fast Cash is now on Sundays and Mondays, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. If you hit a royal flush, you will receive $1,000. If you hit a straight flush, you will receive $500. If you hit quads, you will receive $300. A full house, aces or better, you will receive $100. No waiting, no getting beat, no reviews. How many times have you gotten a beat on a review, Kyle? Where, you know, you got it about 20, 30, 40 seconds under the clock and boom, comes in from Daytona Beach under review, and you lose in an instant replay.
2 times come to mind, and you don't forget them. They are pain.
So guess what, my friend? No more waiting. On Sundays and Mondays, the minute you are dealt it and the hand is over, you will receive your cash instantly. We got the GAPT Championship coming up on February 25th, race week. Join us for high stakes thrills, February 25th, for the 100,000 guaranteed GAPT Championship. That is a single day event, Kyle. $500 buy-in, 25,000 chips, 30-minute levels. Wheel or no wheel, every Thursday at Orange City Poker Room and Daytona Beach Poker Room. You will have a chance with a winning hand to spin the wheel or take $299 in cash. On the wheel, there are different prizes, 1,000, 500, 300, different amounts where you could take your chance on winning more or taking the $299 and being safe. March 2nd, we got the Women's Charity Invitational, powered by Lips and benefiting the WPA. Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club is proud to partner with LIPS for their 20th anniversary tour. Our Women's Charity Invitational will benefit the Women's Poker Association with an additional $10 charity add-on. That's a $200 buy-in, 20,000 chips, 25-minute levels. And then finally on February 10th, we got the Saturday Super 40, $300 buy-in, 40,000 chips, 30-minute levels. And that is it, my friend. Those are the promos in a nutshell. Always giving away money here at Daytona and Orange City, giving away millions of dollars a year in high hands and promotions. Come get some of that free money.
Yep, I have plenty of sessions, even documented in my vlog, where I'm losing on the day, but hitting $1,000 high hand or whatever amount high hand I do that day actually brings me into the profit. So they're so good they can even like save your day sometimes. Definitely love the promos at Orange City.
All right, Kyle, we got the trophy right there.
Always love
Staring
seeing
him in the
trophy.
face always adds a little extra pressure to a player trying to get that first place trophy.
'Tis my goal to have one of those someday. Next time we need to get Byron to throw 26K just on the table. Just fan it out.
Yes. Why wouldn't we? I agree with you right there.
Probably because it's not bricks. It's just
Yeah, we can make it in like
one little brick.
we can make singles and stuff, like just put a bunch of singles and make it look like, you know.
Yeah, we want the cash pyramid on there.
Yeah.
Really put some hype out there.
Hank
Well,
takes
Hank
down
is
the
a
first hand here at Heads Up Action.
100% win rate at this heads up battle. Hank's ready to steamroll it.
I don't want to make any predictions, Kyle, but I'm pretty sure Aaron's going to be very aggressive when he gets the button every single time. I'm willing to bet a week's pay that he will raise the button more than 90% of the time in this heads up battle.
Yeah, to play perfectly, I think the correct statistic is 82 to 85% heads up. Don't quote me on that. I have to look it up specifically, but yeah, I expect Aaron to have almost no just button limps. But he might surprise us and do a nothing but limp strategy. I'd say unlikely just because he has a chip lead right now. If it was even or he was down, I expect there to be more limping, but with the lead, I expect max pressure to be having. Like now, he has a or backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. King high is good a lot of the time. Heads up. And Aaron continues to get a gin backdoor club draw. He's doing good on backdoor clubs.
Aaron just picking up these club draws like they're just nobody's business.
Hank's not out of the woods yet. Open-ended, 2 overs, 1 club blocker. See if that's relevant. It's not, but both players miss. We're gonna see, and the front door diamonds come through. So, somewhat dangerous board. Aaron might be considering if he had ace-x of clubs, would he bet here? And he probably would. So he actually has some aces in range that play this way. And again, I guess he bets small, 250K. Guess he's looking to price out a single 8, maybe a pocket 7s. Also, I guess it gives him an easy decision because he bets 250K. He gets called if his opponent has an ace. He gets raised if his opponent has a flush, and you get pretty much get to play perfectly based on your opponent's action when you put out that small river bet.
Kyle, I'm kind of upset right now. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have to go to work today. Aaron just making mincemeat of this final table. Just running away with it. I'm going to actually have to go to work today, I think.
Well, okay.
I was kind of hoping we were going to about 8 o'clock tonight.
We have had some that went from 2 to 9-ish.
All of them.
So.
Every one we've done, I've had to miss work.
So Aaron limps a 10-6 offsuit. Pretty bad hand, but like I said, you get such good odds when you limp the blind on blind with the ante in there. He's not gonna give Hank one hand for free. Gonna call his raise and see a flop. 10-6 offsuit, and everyone misses. And pretty standard. Most people have missed on these heads-up battles. When check 2, Aaron gets a free card. Looking for a backdoor straight help. Actually gets it. Always picking up some equity when you're Aaron. 3 gives him basically the nuts. Your opponent should never have 6-7.
Hank with the best hand. Gonna lead out.
I actually thought Aaron would go for a raise there, simply because this hand checked through twice and the flop was King 5-4. Heads up, you expect your opponent to bet a 4 some of the time on the turn when it's checked to them twice. So river, when the third 4 gets there and he bets, not a whole lot of sense made. There's no hands that just kind of made a hand that wouldn't have bet already. Also, missed hearts are available, but Aaron just gonna move on to the next hand. You don't have to win every single hand it heads up to be the winner. You just have to set up for the big ones and not make mistakes. And also, basically bet a lot when your opponents are feigning weakness or being a little bit tight.
Aaron just coming along with the semi-connected 7-5, and of course he picks up a gutter ball. Pretty standard.
No backdoor equity for Hank. Could not pick his backdoor clubs up.
Aaron's going to bet here, detecting weakness. Hank's going to come along with ace high.
Probably feeling like he didn't bet the last hand. Now he's going to put some aggression out there. He's gained some credibility. Aaron deciding if his betting here makes sense.
I think Hank thinks his ace high is good here. Aaron's going to have to put out a pretty big bet.
And he does. He fires 800K.
And it takes it down.
Gets the fold.
Oof.
Realizing that a 10 definitely bets this way, but it probably doesn't play exactly the same way.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. I thought Henry thought his ace high was pretty good there, but again, I know you like to see a little raise there, or like to see where you're at. You got to make a move here at some point. Again, Aaron's just steamrolling this final table. I mean, at some point you're going to have to make a move here that doesn't make sense to him or confuse him. His reads have been good, his hands are good, and he's just running very pure right now.
Yeah, I actually expected an ace-high call down there at some frequency, just because if your opponent had an 8, they're probably not betting river when a jack comes. They're probably checking there,
Agreed.
at least some of the time.
Agreed.
I guess your opponent could have jack 9 where it's open-ended and river a jack. So at least some of the time you have to call there with ace-high. Not always. Sometimes you just fold, give your opponent credit for a jack.
Aaron flops top pair there. Hank checks to him, bets, takes it down.
Pair of aces are good. That's one of the times where I probably would have just shown an ace, personally, because I want to get in my opponent's head that if I'm betting, I have top pair minimum.
Yeah, you have it every time.
Just start that train.
Aaron up to 18.6 million. Hank starting to get on life support, 5.6 million. Over a 3.5 to 1 chip advantage. Aaron just slowly bleeding him.
And a raise incoming.
Jeez, Aaron with ace jack offsuit.
Hank defends the weak ace and gets a bad flop for him. Third pair versus top pair, but a board that basically connects to both people pretty equally, I would say.
I think one more check here by Aaron gets Hank to bet, but Aaron's going to lead.
Gets called very quickly. Doesn't want any card that would connect with a 10, like that one. Pretty bad river card. Hearts get there. Hank has the ace of hearts. Very interesting.
Oh, no.
Yeah, with the ace of hearts specifically, I think you have to go for it there. Get a 9, get a jack. Your opponent's never really folding a 10, but if you get, like, jack 9 to fold at some frequency, 2 pair that just hate this river card because everything gets there. When you have the ace of hearts blocker, I think you have to go for it there. And you get a hand like ace jack to fold some of the time. Not always. Sometimes he bets and Aaron just calls, but some of the time that's going to work. So that's probably going to be a hand that when watching the stream back, he's going to wish he fired there.
What a nice feeling to run like Aaron, huh, Kyle? I mean, he's just running like God right now.
Well, he's got a nice Under Armour shirt on, Apple Watch, clean
biceps,
cut,
biceps bulging out. He needs to do maybe do some more curls next time he's at the gym. His arms just aren't looking quite up to par today.
New year, new workout plan.
Guy's a monster, man. Monster on the felt, monster off the felt. Good guy. I have nothing but respect for Aaron. He's just a good player, man. Can't say it enough.
That's third pair on a monotone board, and is drawing dead now. I expect him to just check give up a lot of the time. He had showdown value now. He's just never getting a high diamond to fold. He might get a queen to fold, but the times you're wrong, you don't want to give up a massive amount of chips with just fifth pair at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's annoyed that he can't win every hand, but this one is just a fold.
That's a great call by you right there. Just annoyed he can't win every hand. You can see it in his face.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of smug look like there, like, all right, I'll give you this one. Take it easy on him, Aaron. He's a senior citizen.
Yep, and again, both players have locked up $34,399. First place, $46,838. So basically a $12,000 heads-up match. Definitely a good cherry on top to a good weekend, but Aaron's going to just check a suited gapper. All right, he does have a strong check-back range, which is almost scarier than him raising. Like, he checks hands that are somewhat stronger than his bets. And then checks second pair, gets two pair.
Boy, Hank's going to pay, I think, here. He's not going away.
Definitely need to call one street with a pair.
Jeez. Well, Hank avoids the sixth. That would have been really ugly on the river if a sixth game.
Yeah, that's probably the end of the tournament at that point, but facing two bets, now you have fourth pair. Yeah, it's pretty bad at that point.
Aaron rakes in another one. Up to 19.6 million. Hank down to 4.5.
4-1 chip lead. Definitely looking as though Aaron's going to close it out, but two hands could bring this all the way to the other direction where, you know, Hank has 15, 17 million and Aaron's on life support, so any hand can turn this around. Suited king is definitely good enough to raise, but it looks like he's gonna, oh, that's just his blind. Hank gets some diamonds. And Aaron's gonna limp a suited king. Definitely a very solid heads-up player. Flops a king. That's helpful. Limped pot, your opponent should never have an ace. You think you have the best hand always, and you bet small. And you win. Easy game.
Easy. Just putting on a clinic right now, Aaron.
Yep.
Maybe a new dealer will come in and give a little spark to Hank.
And shout out to the dealers. You know, they do a very good job, and even more so when they have to do the stream table, have to call the action, have to be extra good. Playing with some thicker RFID cards, adding some antes in there, you know. Shout out to the dealers who volunteer for the stream service. Thanks, guys.
Hank knows he's in trouble. He's got the nervous leg thing going on. The leg is just shaking.
Oh boy, just call out the leg.
Just picking up tells here. Aaron in complete control. My horse gonna win me another tournament, I think. We're closing in. Sorry, Hank. I know you're my buddy, but
Suited king out of position. He's gonna choose to raise this one versus a limp to a big sizing.
Hank
Takes
just
down
laying down the best hand. Aggression again. It just pays. We said it. Aaron's probably going to raise anywhere from 80 to 90% here in this heads-up battle. He's got the stack. He knows how to use it. For all you people out there that are, you know, heads-up is, a lot of people don't play heads-up, Kyle, you know. There's an art to it. You know, a lot of these tournaments people chop. They don't want to play heads-up. And
That's
you
true.
get to a tournament like this, and if you haven't no experience in playing heads-up, you know, you can get steamrolled very quickly. Not really know what happened until you watch it back.
Yep, some of the top players claim that they study heads up the most because it's the absolute most money you're ever going to make playing poker is heads up at a final table. Definitely something you should not sleep on. Hank flops a pair. He's got the best hand this time. See how it plans out. Check to start. very good card for Hank. Makes it less likely that Aaron has a queen. But he doesn't. He has to bet there. He has to bet second pair. If he's not betting second pair, he's not betting anything. Jack 9 calls you. Ace high calls you. Ace high still calls even at the river. So you got some value, but
Yeah, Aaron just giving him no credit there at the end. Like you said, he needs to bet the turn minimum.
yeah. Even 8-9 pays you. King Jack, tons of hands. Maybe he's worried that his kicker's no good and he's going to get called by a worse 10, but we have to just cross that bridge when we get to it. 7 pays you on the turn. River, it turns into a full house, and now you don't want him to have a 7, so flop check through, you have middle pair, you have to bet. That's what Aaron's doing. He's betting second and third pair consistently. He's betting second and third pair multiple streets, but you should do heads up, and that's why he's pulling ahead a little bit.
19.6 million to 4.5 at the moment.
Suited ace, that's a premium heads up.
Reaching for chips. Raised to
Aaron also-
600,000.
Yeah, Aaron also with a very strong hand. Only thing being is that Hank hasn't opened too many hands at this final
Wow.
table, and it just gets jammed and snapped off.
Aaron moves all in, and Hank, that's his opportunity. He jumps at it.
Like I said, this is 2 hands away from being Hank's tournament. This
Sure.
could be the first one of a massive comeback.
This is it. Will ace high hold?
Clubs have been pretty frequent as well, but I am partial to the King of Hearts, so we'll see if Aaron can't spike a king to end it. Two hearts on board.
Paired
But-
board. Aaron's got the king of hearts.
A pair of deuces, not that relevant, but
Any
Could
kind
end
of
it on a
paint
turn
on this
deuce.
turn, any kind of paint on this turn can make this hand very interesting. Harmless 7.
is a brick.
Here we go to the river. Can Hank
So
dodge
clutch.
for his tournament life? And he dodges.
does.
Full double up.
Ace high is good. And now we have a game on our hands, and we have Byron snap jumping in to
Look
help
at
this
B-Rod.
out. What a guy.
I know.
Byron must have a dinner date at Capital Steak and Grill, maybe with the wife tonight. B-Rod just moving the action quickly.
Moving those chips.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you ever seen Rocky against Drago. Did you see Rocky 4, Kyle?
Oh, I've seen all the Rockies.
You remember when he cuts him? You remember when he cuts him and they say he's a man? He's cut. We see our
Yep.
first chink in Aaron's armor here. Hank just standing up with a little pep in his step now.
And that can be a big thing. Momentum in these
Sure.
heads-up battles can change everything drastically. Like,
Uncle Mo. I mean, you could just see it. Look at Hank. He's just standing up now. His body language before that hand was very visibly. You could see. I don't want to say he was defeated, but like you said, you're just in heads-up action. You're 2 hands away from being the chip leader, even if you're down 5-1.
yep. Aaron with a less than premium hand, but still absolutely playable heads up. Hank should be raising the queen 6 when it's just limp to him, but chooses to play a smaller hand when he's out of position.
Check.
Gut shot versus overcard. Small bet. Small win. Hank's back to work. He'll win this tournament, or Aaron's back to work. He's gonna try to chip away again until his next chance at a. What a beautiful trophy! Look at that, 200K guaranteed. Great American Poker Tour trophy goes to the winner. So you don't just get 46,000. You get a nice piece of hardware for your fireplace mantle.
Took the words right out of my mouth. That'll look good in the trophy case.
They'll go next to Aaron's other 5 of them.
You know what won't go in the trophy case, Kyle? A Buffalo Bills Lombardi Super Bowl trophy. That will not go in a case this year. They are yet still to win an NFL championship.
Yeah, it was
I had a dig right there. A couple Buffalo fans out there. I know they're listening to us, Kyle. I had to dig them right there.
Yeah, it was kind of shocking to me how many videos I saw of people getting tattoos of Buffalo Bills, Super Bowl champion
Yeah.
tattoos.
Maybe they needed to throw a few more snowballs at the San Francisco receivers, especially Kelsey or the Chiefs receivers.
I've never seen that many preemptive tattoos, and there were so many people that did it too. I was like, man, ugh.
And yes, we are
Beautiful
playing for
trophy.
46,000 up top for this tournament. 46,838 these guys are playing for here. Not chump change. Not bad for a little, let's see, bullets. You got $800. Henry's on his first bullet, Kyle. It's pretty impressive. No rebuys for Henry in this tournament. One bullet.
Yeah, we'll take a good 100x on our money. That's a good bet to take.
Not bad.
All right, limped pot, queen 3 versus 8-5, both off suit. Pair of 3s versus gut shot. Hank also with backdoor diamonds seems very relevant. No one should have an ace when it's limped all too often. Although if anyone did, I would say Aaron has the most likelihood of having it. He has a strong limping range.
Aaron spikes
Well,
an 8, takes the lead on the
turns-
turn.
Yeah, basically just turns top pair. Should never expect your opponent to have an 8 or an ace. So that is a premium turn card for Aaron. And he's chipping away 15 mil versus 8 mil. You know, win a few hands, $500,000 at a piece, and he'll get right back to a 4 million flip again.
Coming up on the 67th hand of play.
Quick final table.
Yeah, it went pretty smooth.
But as we saw early on, Aaron was 3-betting. He 3-bet ace deuce suited. Definitely a 3-bet bluff works out for him. 3-bet some premiums. Got paid when he had it. Got it through when he was bluffing. Sometimes things just work out.
Wow, they both
It's
flop
tiny.
a 3 here. Oh, and a gin card for Hank on a turn.
2 pair for Hank. Spade draw for Aaron. Plus, any pair can just counterfeit 3s and deuces. 17 outs.
Hank looking for nothing but no spade here, and he holds.
Gotta go for a bet. All right, 400K.
Trying to make
1/3.
Aaron pay off here with 4th pair.
Yep, that's a third pot at the river. Very small, very milky. Think it kind of makes your opponent enticed to bluff without too much thought that it's going to work. Like, you see this small bet, you're like, okay, well, I have the king of spades. I could turn it into a bluff, but I have showdown value with my 3s, so I'm just going to call. And 2 pair is going to be good. Hank back up to 9.5 million.
You know, some of these
Alright.
players call there. Aaron might have called there just to get a little information to see what Hank's playing there and what he's betting in that spot. You know, it wasn't that big of a bet. Aaron's got a big stack. You know, he can make a call there and just see what his opponent's playing and betting with.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If later on Hank has like a middle or bottom pair and doesn't bet river, then you can start to range them to be like their river bets are only 2 pair plus. You can start folding the river bets if you see a pattern start to form. So getting to see it is good. Not sure if Aaron showed his cards. I don't think he needed to when he's calling his opponent's bet. Hank in a limped pot has an ace. Like I said, you don't expect it too much, and that's why Aaron goes for a bet here. Not going to work this time. Does not drill a king. 3 of a kind. You feel even better about betting. Maybe you get a queen or jack to fold. Now we got 3 aces versus nothing.
Hank bets 400,000. Aaron can't defend.
Yeah, same sizing as when he had 2 pairs, so maybe 400,000 river bets just standard for him when he has value. Guess we'll need to see. I think probably over 10 million, so he's not out of this. He's actually very much in it. Technically, the momentum's on his side. He's picking up some hands, getting some confidence. 8-5 off is gonna be hard to continue that trend with, but any flop could be good. Two very similar hands in a limped pot.
Two
9-6
pair for Hank.
gutter.
We could get a little action on this flop.
Yep.
Hank
gutter
flopping
versus
bottom
two
two.
pair. 200K goes in a piece. Reasonable. Two pair counterfeits. Angry quick check back. And hearts come through. Horrible run out for 8-5.
Aaron would have bet and a quick call by Hank.
Two pair.
Yeah, quick call.
But Aaron's gotten away with these very small river bets consistently. So, like, if you get your opponent to fold, like a 5 there, that's a huge pickup. If your opponent folds pretty much anything, even up to ace high, you'll take it, risking 300 to win $1 million, like, easy game. But
Henry
this
clawing his
time-
way back. Up to
Yep,
10.8 in chips, just clawing. Won't go away.
suited king, very good. Chooses this time to go for a raise. Sometimes he limps hands even this strong. This time he chooses $500,000.
Both players with suited cards.
Flops a king. I think no real connection. And again, we are playing 150, 150, 100. Oh, accidentally shows a king.
And it sticks to his
no.
finger.
Figured that well, you knew I had some. Huh? You knew I had it. Oh, I knew you had something anyway.
Giving out the free info. Nice.
More than I had.
Both players playing pretty snug, just waiting for that one hiccup by the other player. Like you said, you make one mistake here, and it's the difference of the tournament or the chip lead.
About a
4 million
12
in difference in chips.
About a $12,000 mistake could occur. Well, let's hope not. Let's just see some good play from both players. Best man wins.
Bob Campfield says Aaron is minus 1,000 to win this on our feed, our live feed. So what would you take there? Would you take the plus 1,000 or the minus 1,000, Kyle? You're a gambler.
I'd throw $1 on the other guy.
I think I would have to take the underdog as well at those odds,
Yeah,
especially with an
that's-
almost even chip stack.
Two pair is going to be good.
But what do I know, Kyle? I had Buffalo yesterday, so I'm a little salty still. I'll never bet against Patrick Mahomes again, Kyle. I'm making that point right now. I learned my lesson. It's kind of like Tom Brady. Remember when Brady was with the Patriots? It just kind of, you know, you just never don't bet the game. If you're going to bet against them, just don't bet the game. Especially if they get points, these great players. Mahomes was getting 2.5 yesterday. I mean, you got to be an idiot to not take Kansas City. And, well, guess who I took? I took Buffalo. I'm the idiot. Mush.
Pocket fives.
I'm the mush,
for your
Kyle.
raise. Yeah, for me in fantasy, I had one league with Patrick Mahomes, one league with Stephon Diggs, and they were both rated like the top biggest busts of fantasy for the year by like a lot of rankings. And I'm like,
Both players miss. Fives are still good. So what you're saying is you didn't win your fantasy championship. Is that what you're saying, Kyle?
no, I didn't even make playoffs in any league.
I won 1 out of 3. One win.
What?
Yeah, 1 win, 1/3, and one. I won the bye in each one of my 3 leagues. I had the bye in each 3, and I knew I was just gonna break out on probably 2. I was hoping just to win 1, and
Yep.
that's what I did. I won 1.
And that's pretty good. I know people play like 5-6 leagues and lose all of them. You know, at least you're probably profitable, unless one league's more expensive than another.
Yeah, it was an auction league. I had CD Lamb, and CD Lamb went crazy in that league. I had CD and Prescott. They kind of carried me to the championship.
Well, that's helpful. King 6 suited versus 10-3 suited.
Looking
See
for a black flop here.
All
Oh,
spades.
my God,
And
Hank
2
is-
pair for Aaron.
We could see some fireworks on this, if no more spades come.
Aaron Aaron flops 2 pair. He cannot fold. Not for 200.
Oh, this could be it. All right. No danger.
Like, heads up, 2 pairs so
Yeah.
good. Like,
Aaron has to bet here. He doesn't want his opponent to have 1 spade and hit a spade on the river. He has to bet his 2 pair here.
yeah, leads for 600K, and now Hank's in with the second nuts, but might as well be the nuts, because if you, to get a flopped flush over flush.
So what do
king
you do
high
there,
heads
Kyle?
up.
Do you put in a raise there, Kyle, and see where your opponent has, how strong he is, or do you just...
Well, I absolutely raised there.
I do too, because now when a
Because-
spade comes here, now you're probably not gonna get any action.
Yeah, you're not going to get called anymore. That's the spot where all the money gets in.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
if your opponent had, like, Jack 9, 1 spade, maybe he calls this river specifically, but if he had Jack 9, no spades, he's never calling now. If your opponent had, like, just, like, 10 Jack, they're never calling. Like, there's so many hands that are just garbage now. And Aaron with 2 pair feels very gross about that river card.
Hank bets 900 into a $3.1 million pot. Aaron just disgustedly folds. Yeah, I'm with you. I think I have to bet the turn there. That's where you're going to get your most action in that hand. You know, you might even get a re-raise from Aaron, not putting you on flopping a flush. Aaron with 2 pair there, he might raise in that spot. I mean, but like you said, just checking there or just flat calling is, I don't like that at all in that spot.
Yeah, and he led. So, for this river specifically, if your opponent had, like, let's say 5, 6 of spades, or not, whichever, like 5 or 6 high flush, they're probably not paying off this river bet, but you can get it all in on the turn easily. Same thing with like a set of 3s. You're not getting too much more right now. While they still have the potential to boat up, you can get a lot of money in there, but especially when the ace of spades river card is just horrible. So without the river being specifically a spade, you want to get it all in with flush over flush, because let's say it is flush over flush in the board pairs. Now your opponent's probably not paying you a whole lot at the river anyway. So
Now
basically-
also in this spot, Kyle, you got an aggressive player in Aaron, right? I think
Yep.
the longer Henry can hang around here, Aaron might make a mistake. You know what I mean by that? Like, he could get a little
Yeah.
aggressive in a spot. The more Henry hangs around, Aaron could get a little frustrated and want to make a move and could get caught. So I'm just interested here to see how this is going to go down if Hank can just hang in here and frustrate Aaron to where Aaron makes a mistake.
well, I'm sure the last hand added to it. You're not really expecting your opponent to have a flopped flush. Very hard to do that.
Yeah,
Heads
especially
up,
heads
even
up,
more
yeah.
so. So, you know, you're thinking your opponent's calling you with just like a random pair, maybe a single spade, and then the draw hits, just bangs on the river, and your opponent bets into you. You know, 2 pair you think is the best turns to dust with a river card, which you thought it was good beforehand. You know, that can get to you. Hands get cracked, people start to maybe add up the aggression.
Aaron waking up again with the Anna Kournikova. Looks good, doesn't win. For you out there that don't know what the Anna Kournikova is. That's 3 times Aaron's had ace-queen at this final table, if I can remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, he's had it a decent amount. This time he gets called by ace-6. He does have the ace of hearts. Both players miss. Hank with a gutter. 6 or an 8 gives him the win. This is a
Right
board
here,
you're not really
Hank.
happy with.
Hank
you're Aaron.
needs the lead out on that turn there.
Pretty bad board for Aaron. You hate these just many undercard boards.
Yeah.
You have ace queen. You can't really beat a whole lot.
Again, I would like to see Henry just get a little more aggressive on these turns. Just giving Aaron free cards and just it just has to get a little more aggressive on the turn with his action.
Yeah, heads up. Ace high could be good here. Like, you'd be fine if, like, ace 6 bets there and, say, king jack folds. Yeah, you're ahead of it, but it has a ton of equity. If that hand folds, that's a great pickup. Additionally, like, you know, if your opponent had ace queen, maybe that hand folds some of the time. Not always, but some of the time. folding better hands, folding hands with a ton of equity. That's how you're going to win long term. But, you know, if you're just going to bink sixes, suppose you can just wait for that to happen. You know, anyone can win at poker. Sometimes running good is part of it. Make a flush, bink some pairs, right back into it. Now we see a 4 deuce.
Bad time.
Not gonna go for it. Ace queen, much better, and he shows it, laughing, smiling, having a good time. Hank is definitely has the momentum at this point.
DJ Stellman on our feed, Kyle, is telling me that Ace King is the Anna Kournikova. I don't agree with that. Do you? Ace Queen
I've
looks
never
good.
heard
Looks
that.
good. Looks good. Doesn't win. It's a queen. That's why it looks good. I'm pretty sure it's Ace Queen, but he's saying it's Ace King. Maybe they're smarter
I've
than
never
us.
heard that before, so
Ace
I
King?
was just trusting you on it.
Ace King?
I've never heard of Anna Kournikova.
Yeah, you never heard of that? Really?
No.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the Ace Queen. Looks good, doesn't win because she's a queen and she was a pretty girl, tennis player, obviously, never won a tournament. Made probably $50 million in her career. Do you know who she is, Anna Kournikova?
No.
A blonde Russian.
Oh.
Yeah, it looked great. Good player, just never could win a tournament. And I'm pretty sure I know it's Kournikova with a king, bro, but he's on here. I get it's her initials, but I thought it was Ace Queen. I could be wrong. Who knows?
Hank has a flush draw. Over to the jack, backdoor.
Is it Ace King?
backdoor,
I've been corrected here, Kyle. Ace King.
You know.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
most
yeah.
people's pocket, they have the entire world's information just one click away.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm human, man. I'm human.
Queen
I make
high
mistakes every
flush.
now and then.
Hank is definitely making hands at this final table.
Aaron
It's
with
gotta
a
be
frustrated
frustrating.
flick. Just flicks the button frustratedly.
Yes, his opponent's definitely making hands. He's running very well. And that can be tough because you're trying to close something out, but sometimes the poker gods are just on your opponent's side and they're just going to make more hands than you. And it's part of it sometimes.
Pretty even, 13.1 to 11.1 million. Cane Man 1967 saying it's the parking lot hand. We know that with Ace Queen. I know that. Kind of like the Buffalo Bills in the parking lot, not winning. He's a Bills fan, Kyle. Another jab right there.
True. They like throwing ketchup and mustard on each other. I never got that part.
No. Well, it's the Bills Mafia. They jump off tables naked in the 0-degree weather. I mean, you know.
Oh, that's fine though.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. The ketchup and mustard thing, I don't understand that. Pair of six is good. Aaron gonna take up one, trying to get something going. He's hasn't really done well on the value versus value side. Hank seems to keep having a better hand than him. It'd be frustrating. But we are 82 hands in. Probably 20 some hands of a heads up final match. And we're pretty even. 13 million versus 10 million.
Hank
has
staying
an
steady.
ace. Yep.
Keeping
Ace
his
versus
composure.
some gappers. Gets an ace. Things are definitely turning Hank's way.
Nice little sneaky check there, seeing if Aaron wants to bet. Maybe Aaron will pick up something on the turn.
Possibly in deuces, but never folding an ace. Jack's not the card you really want to see. You're hoping your opponent had a jack when you're holding a pair of aces.
Aaron gonna rep that he has a jack.
And he would bet flop with a jack, so turning a jack seems reasonable. Not too many big bets so far at this heads-up match. Do not show your opponent you folding an ace. That
Henry.
is that's going to be a big confidence boost to Aaron.
I'm never showing Kyle. Heads up. I'm not showing anything. You could watch it on TV when we're done. I'm never giving my opponent any kind of information or tells or anything to that effect. Showing you could lay down an ace right there is just going to make Aaron, like you said, feel more confident.
Yeah, if I was Aaron, I would just pile money in on every single hand from here on out, knowing that my opponent's over folding. Like, he's folding way too much, way too many hands that he just shouldn't be. And so unless he gets the premium of premiums, I'm going to win a lot of the time with just a lot of action, a lot of aggression. But I can't do much with 6-deuce, so hope maybe next one.
Hank raises the button. Queen 9 of diamonds gets Aaron to fold.
Aaron definitely not picking up too many hands.
Still shaking my head that he actually showed the ace when he folded.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would not.
No, I mean that just makes zero sense. Like, I'm not sure what his intentions were getting there. That showing his opponent the ace there, other than you're weak.
It is an amazing show if you are correct.
Yes.
If you are
100%.
so good and you know your opponent has a jack.
Yeah.
And you
pull a
also know
Daniel.
that-
Yeah, you pull a Daniel Negreanu and you know exactly what your opponent has and call his hand. Then you get it. But
doing a huge fold, showing your opponent that you just have their number and being correct is great. When you show and you're wrong, your opponent just bluffed you off a pair of aces. That's not what we want at a final table. And now Hank gets a somewhat unplayable hand.
Oh yeah, great timing.
Oh, and Aaron had queens. That's tilting. Get pocket queens, heads up at a final table, and your opponent just folds outright. Doesn't even limp. Ugh, hate to see it.
this player's just having a little fun out there. Like you said, they're just having a little heads-up match for 12K. No big deal.
Yeah, I play for 12K all the time.
Yeah. And the trophy. Look at the hardware.
Fine, you keep the 12K, I'll keep the trophy. We'll chop it that way.
Yeah.
Now Hank gets jacks. Unlucky for Aaron to pick this spot to raise. You know, you have queens, your opponent snap folds into you. You have king 8 suited, you raise and get 3-bet. Might be one of the first 3-bets we've seen at the heads-up match.
You just took the words out of my mouth, Kyle. I don't know. I mean, Aaron can get away from this. Henry's obviously a tight player, and it is the first 3-bet.
I got him right after I said.
Just shows, laughs.
And again, he shows him his hand.
Ugh.
Again, making Aaron feel better about his laydown.
Yeah, it's just frustrating to get no money with queens and then play a hand thinking like, all right, well, I'll just win this way. Nope, this time my opponent has a hand. Just feels like the deck can be punishing you.
Like you said, a lot of players are just scared to play 10s and jacks. I mean, obviously, yeah, if you're sitting 8-handed at a table or 9-handed, you know, an ace, king, or queen comes on the flop. But heads up, and when you're in heads-up action, pocket jacks is just so premium, you know. If your player spikes a 3-outer, he spikes a 3-outer, but you kind of want to pull some value right there, I think. If you disguise your hand, he gets jacks again. And he shows them again.
I do believe the last hand was 2 blackjacks too, so they're the exact 2 opposite jacks. I'm actually pretty sure of that. It's kind of funny. So,
you know, Hank on a little heater here. He's winning pots, but again, the chip stack is it's not moving. Still 13.4 million for Aaron, 10.3 million for Hank.
Hank gonna get back to a little bit of small ball, just limp the button, get raised. Or no. Aaron raised to 500. Graphic was a smidge slow. Clubs versus middle pair. Both players with a piece.
Henry gonna bet his flush draw.
leads for 400, definitely feeling himself. Good card for Aaron to turn. Gets a gut shot to make him feel a little bit, have a little more equity. The same bet to me always looks weak, so I wouldn't really give credit for Hank having a hand if I was in Aaron's shoe when it goes 400, 400. Two pair feels good enough. We can snap call this happily. Hope you have ace queen.
I missed, but I hit the 7.
But was not getting a raise called on this one, so Aaron gets to extend a chip lead. 15 million now versus
Takes down a
approximately
$1.9 million plot. Brian Traster on the feed. What up, brother? Yeah, it's Eddie, man. I was wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong. For years, I thought the Anna Kournikova was ace queen. Not gonna lie, just because she looks so good. But yeah, she definitely can't win a tennis match. That's for damn sure. I make mistakes, man. I'm human. I don't like making mistakes about sports trivia and knowledge, though. I'm pretty sharp on that. A little irritated. I'm not gonna lie, Kyle.
The one hand that I learned that I thought was funny was the octo crab.
What's that? Some kind of 3?
8-3. Octo crab.
8-3?
Yeah. It's a big thing in Texas. They play the octo crab game, not the 7 deuce game.
Brian for giving me on the feed. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
It's always nice to get forgiven.
Yeah, he's forgiving me about my Cowboys, too. Still stings. 29 years now and counting. You know, luckily I'm still old enough that I saw all the championships except our first one.
Aaron checks when he has Jack 9 suited pre-flop. Checks on the flop with top pair. Probably going to work out as he lets his opponent get fourth pair and gets a bet out of them.
And could a deuce on the turn.
Does not get punished on the river. Still has the best hand. Does he go for a second barrel? He does go for 600,000, or he does go for a bet, gets a fold, and wins. So Aaron definitely has a strong checking range. He'll pick very, very strong hands to put in there periodically. Jack 9 suited on the upper tier list of hands to play when your head's up.
Aaron creeping up above a 2-1 chip stack lead.
With Jack 6 suited, he chooses to
raise the button. Or yeah, he actually made a mistake. He didn't put it on enough for a raise, so it's just a call. Gives Hank a free look at it with 7-6 off. Aaron just flops the flush.
Yeah, Aaron's turn to flop a flush. Hank gets a pair, so card distribution seems fair in this game. See how Hank feels when he runs into...
Just not playing.
But slightly misspoke. Aaron had 2 pair when Hank flopped a flush, so maybe Hank calls with 7-4. 7-6 might be a little too weak. Seems as though Aaron's been chipping away. Hank's been battling, but Aaron's seems to be growing his chip lead right now.
Again, I'm always going to go Kyle when you got 2 players and you got a really tight player and an aggressive player. Final table heads up. I'm always going to go with the aggressive player, unless he just runs into a cooler. You're just going to see him chipping him away, just like we're doing. He's back up to a 2-1 chip count.
This time Hank raises, large raise, 5.5 or 550,000 with a double gapper, and Aaron with any ace is just gonna peel one, see what develops. Hank gets rewarded with an 8 backdoor clubs, pretty much his hand, I would say. Aaron thinks backdoor hearts and ace high has enough to peel one, which I would probably agree with. That's a pretty good. Yeah,
Hank picks up a flush draw and a pair.
Yeah, it's a good card for Hank to turn into a bluff. Just it won't work this time because Hank just has a flush draw.
Yeah.
So that's kind of some run back with the deck. Like If that's not the king of clubs specifically, it probably goes check check or even check bet fold, and Aaron has a chance to win that one. But the king of clubs lets Hank gives the ability to throw his second barrel in there, and then you're kind of in no man's land with ace high. Ace jack suited.
600.
Aaron sticking to his aggressive nature. Hank gets away with queen 6 off.
I believe the blinds are up to 250K, 250K, 150.
Yeah, 150,
small
250, 250 blind.
So getting a little bit shorter now. Aggression's going to pay off even more. Each hand is $500,000 in profit, almost guaranteed. So any ace is good heads up. So ace 7's going to be a raise. 550. Connectors, decent enough to defend. Especially when they have so many big blinds behind. Monster flop
For Aaron.
Middle pair, open-ended. His opponent has bottom pair. Makes a straight instantly. Not sure he's going to get too much value on it because Hank doesn't really have a hand that can calm down, but still have to go for it. 550 seems appropriate.
Hank just folding. We got someone asking for the top 2 payouts. Top 2 payouts are $46,838 for first, $34,399 for second. Basically playing for $12,000 difference here. Heads up. Someone on the feed, Kyle, said that we sound like Joel David Moore and Howard Stern. I'm unfamiliar with Joel David Moore. I hope I'm Howard Stern, though. I got more money than you, if that's the case.
Man, I want to be Howard Stern.
But I definitely wouldn't be. I wouldn't be in Daytona Beach if I was Howard Stern. Let's just make that clear.
Maybe I could be Howie Mandel. Do you deal or no deal?
Yeah,
Ace King versus King Jack.
You could be on America's Got Talent too if you were Howie Mandel, sitting next to 2 lovely ladies on that show. 10-5 deuce flop, 2 spades. Nothing for either player.
Yeah, both players sat up in their seats a little bit on this one, and they both turn a king. This is going to be devastating for Hank.
500.
Pretty easy call.
Quick call by Hank, and he has chips in his hand. I don't know if that's a little tell. Already getting chips. Did you notice that, Kyle? Already reaching for chips in his hand.
He leads small. Definitely a blocker bet.
We're definitely going to raise here. It's just a matter of how much. Sounds like 1.4, I think he said. 1.3. And a quick call by Hank. All right.
Just a devastating turn card to. It's pretty much the only one where you lose this many chips in and you're still losing. Like, very unlucky for Hank. Hate to see it that way. Somewhat of a cooler turn.
That might be the beginning of the end for Hank. That king on the turn.
And honestly, kudos for Aaron for going for a river raise. A lot of people just call there and be like, oh, I was led into. He could have 2 pair. He could have a straight. Nah, Aaron's saying this is a blocker bet. He's got a marginal hand, minimum showdown value. Going for a small raise so I can get some more value from Ace King. So that's actually really need to give Aaron some props for going for a raise there. Not many players would.
4-1 chip stack advantage now for Aaron.
And we get to play a mystery hand.
I like it. We have an all-in mystery hand. So let's. Oh, we can't even put him on anything. God, we couldn't even put him on anything. He didn't even give us a chance.
My guess is it is some form of an ace. Could be like ace 4, ace 5, something like that.
Or ace
Tis
queen.
my guess.
Maybe ace queen for the 10th time.
I think that think that one's too strong. I think that one raises to a normal sizing. But I think weak aces are just trying to close it out.
All right, we got a break here. Let's go over some more promotions, Kyle, here. You know, we get paid
I
by...
love promotions.
Yeah, we get paid by our promotions, you know, our sponsors. And Sundays and Mondays, the high hand now at Orange City and Daytona Beach Kennel Clubs. It's called Fast Cash. If you hit a royal flush, you will receive $1,000. If you hit a straight flush, you will receive $500. $300 for any quads. Any aces full or better, you will receive $100. You don't have to wait. Again, you do not have to wait. You hit your hand, you get paid right after the hand. You do not go up on the board, and you do not have to sweat it out for your victory. That is on Sundays and Mondays. Both cards must play. The GAPT Championship is on February 25th. 100,000 guaranteed GAPT Championship. It's a single day event. $500 buy-in, 25,000 chips, 30-minute levels. Wheel or no wheel? Every Thursday. Every Thursday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. you have a chance to spin the wheel. When you receive the high hand, you will get a chance to take the $2.99 cash or a chance to spin the wheel for bigger winnings. Your option. That's every Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. March 2nd, we have the Women's Charity Invitational powered by Lips and benefiting the WPA. Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club is proud to partner with LIPS for their 20th anniversary tour. Our Women's Charity Invitational will benefit the Women's Poker Association with an optional $10 charity add-on. That will be a $200 buy-in, 20,000 units, and that is 25-minute levels. On Saturday, we have the Super 40s, February 10th. It is $300 buy-in, 40,000 chips, 30-minute levels. And that's it, Kyle.
Those are fun. If you hit the wheel, you taking the wheel, you taking the $2.99. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm gambling.
Yep, I'm going for big money.
I'm
Me
spinning.
too.
I'm spinning.
I don't know what the wheel looks like, but I'm pretty
You got some.
confident. I'm
You got
choosing
some
the wheel.
thousands on there. You got some thousands. You got some 500s. I believe you have some hundreds. You could actually lose. You know, it can't. It
figured.
won't be a gamble if you can't lose,
I agree.
or else
No-
everyone
no
would
reason
spin.
for it.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah,
would
no-
spin. It'd be a no-brainer.
Yeah, but I just want to know how many thousands are on there comparatively. You know,
Yeah.
but I'm probably spinning. That's me.
I'm guessing it's probably like Wheel of Fortune. There's probably one bankrupt where you get probably nothing. I didn't get a chance to look at it. I would imagine there's one bankrupt and probably a couple hundred, if I had to imagine.
I would not guess they would have a bankrupt. I think 50 is mean enough. at
Actually,
a
you know
high
what?
hand.
Joe, the manager, just came in here. Hey, Joe, on the wheel, is there a bankrupt on the wheel, or is there like just a couple $100 prizes? Minimum 100, Kyle. It is minimum 100.
That was my guess. I was like, I can't imagine you hit a high hand and then get nothing for it. It'd be so mean. But Hank flops trips, never puts in a bet on a flop or turn. River is pretty bad. I mean, I guess an ace high pays you sometimes on the river, but you have an ace blocking it.
We do have a correction, Kyle, for our listeners out there. On the fast cash, it is aces full of jacks or better.
Oh.
So on Sunday,
That
Mondays,
changes
on the
everything.
fast cash, it's aces full of jacks, not any aces full. Aces full of jacks or better. And you get paid instantly.
Well, Aaron picks up an offsuit ace.
600 raise. I'm all in. All in. Shit. How much is it?
And he's gonna
A little more than 4 million.
bet, get snapped, jammed on by pocket fives, and he needs a count. Does Aaron take this flip to try to end it?
Tough spot for Aaron here. Obviously, you know you're playing better than your opponent. Do you really want to flip here and let him get back into it, or do you just want to keep just chipping him down?
I would also say you don't always expect this to be a flip. You expect your opponent to have like ace 10, ace jack some of the time,
Agreed. Agreed.
which
So
means
your
that
ace might not even be good.
Yeah, you might not be getting a full 50-50. If your opponent had like 8s or 9s, you're also not getting the 50-50. But
It's a tough spot. Tough call.
even knowing that you're going to have 30% equity pretty much no matter what, it's just the.
Yeah. And he has to know he's behind. I mean, he's playing a tight opponent. He has to know he's behind in the hand, but he's going to try to end it right here.
Yeah, there's value in ending it. There's value at putting your hand at risk for a 10 million chip pot. Ace 7 versus pocket 5s.
This is it. Henry's tournament life at risk.
Could be a 12K flip right now.
Not a bad flop for Aaron. He does pick up a gutter. His ace is good, and his 7 is good. Plenty of outs. 10 outs.
A jack would likely end it, barring a chop. Even
King.
more outs.
Now we got counterfeit options.
Any queen, any 10 will also end it. Queen, jack, 10, ace,
Any
7.
paint in Hank's tournament's over. And it's the brick of all bricks. 2 of hearts on a river.
5s are good. And Hank is back.
You know, then that
Not
spot,
go
Kyle,
down.
that's when you're in a tournament there, you're like, God, please, can I get a 2 here on a river? Can you just get a 2 here on a river? And it actually comes. It feels great.
Yeah, brick me one time.
One
dealer.
time. Biggest brick in the deck.
Could he had any more outs?
All right, we're back to same number, 14, 1.14 million and 10 million. It's about where we've been for the last hour or so.
4.9.
Aaron would chip up and get him in a spot, and Hank's gotten
That's 2 million.
the better of him in all-in situations, and we're still alive.
4.9. He had. No, this. Yeah. 4.9. No, he's right. 4.9. Wait, he didn't brought that over yet. Yeah. That's what it is.
Always good to have a manager on site to verify the chip counts. You know, good to have a second set of eyes here. So very good to have Byron
I really do.
helping everyone out. You know, stays very active with his tournaments. Shout out.
Huh? All of them point flip-ish too. Can't win them.
Aaron back to the drawing board. Showing a little bit of frustration maybe for the first time. Hank
but on
hanging
this
around.
hand- on this hand specifically with blinds up, like it's even less significant. It's 16 big blind jam. You have ace 7. I have to check the chart specifically, but
I mean, obviously
Can't
we
be-
could see the cards, so we know we had 2 overs. So I mean, it's not a horrific call. I mean, like you said, if his opponent has ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king, any of that, you know, it's a really bad call. I mean,
if I was Aaron and I could see the cards, I'd happily call that.
Yeah.
I'd go for the win right there.
yeah, he was
I
happy when he
couldn't-
saw him turn up. When he saw him turn up, he definitely felt okay with his call.
Yeah, if I couldn't see, a little bit tougher, but still probably land on a call.
Aaron wakes up with queen 3 of spades on the button.
600 raise.
Yep, and again, blinds are 250K, 250K, 150.
We're gonna raise it up.
Queen 3 of spades, 10-7 of clubs. We get 2 misses again, but queen high has a lot of value on a heads up, hand. And he just reaches for chips, gets to end it. 9 million to 15 million. Still a slight edge for Aaron, but Hank will simply not make it easy. It's not gonna roll over. He wants that 12K.
He's playing for it.
Yeah.
I think the title means a little bit to Hank too. Hank would like that trophy, man. I've known him for a while now. I think he would put that right up on the TV, right above the flat screen, on the shelf.
Suited 9 on the button. Could go either way. Could raise, could limp.
Raise 6.
Henry with a little pep in his step. He's going to raise the button this time with 9-3 of diamonds. And we got a 3-bet here with queen 4 off.
Yeah, when things are going your way, easier to get that done.
Again, Kyle, you see Henry just insta-fold. Just insta-fold to the 3-bet. I mean, you got to give your opponent just a little doubt that you're not raising light. You know, you gotta just listen. I don't believe in tanking and just sitting there aimlessly with no intent or no purpose, but there is a purpose behind it by waiting a little bit, making your opponent think that there might be a 4-bet coming back. I mean, he's just quickly folding.
And it doesn't really need to be like long. It doesn't have to be like 5 seconds, even like 2 or 3 seconds.
Like your opponent can pick up that you had a hand that there was no thought process there, so he knows you're opening light.
Yep. He does check back a suited king and gets rewarded with top pair. Backdoor diamonds for Aaron. But he's sitting there thinking that his opponent would bet if he had a king.
Quick call by Henry.
Trappy from Hank. Queen. Safe turn card. Doesn't. And we just gonna lead here. Lead 500. Aaron somewhat perplexed. Probably was not expecting a lead pretty much ever. Don't see them all too often. Especially at a heads-up final table.
Perplexed. I like that word. Perplexed.
It's my word or day calendar.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Sounds so much better than confused. Perplexed.
Yeah. We're going to give you all an SAT course while we teach you about poker.
I fail. I get 200 for my name. You get 200 for your name still on SATs? It's been a while since I took the SAT. Back in the day, I think I got 200 for your name.
I remember I got a, 99th percentile in math, and then, remedial in English.
I can't remember back. I think I got, 1250 on my SATs, I want to say. Somewhere around 1250, if I can remember. I mean, we're talking 38 years ago, Kyle, for me.
I think you did great.
I'm almost ready for retirement, Kyle. 56. I'll be 56 this year, my friend.
So that means you turn into a player at that point. Got you.
The only problem is I have a little 5-year-old boy that I have to take care of. Got a late start in life, so I mean I'm probably going to work till I'm minimum 69 years old.
So you're going to teach him how to be a player. Got you.
I can't retire, Kyle, if I wanted to. Can't do it.
Only gotta be 18 in Florida to play poker. Come on down.
Yep. My oldest is 13. He's going to be a pilot. He's already got his whole career mapped out in front of him.
That's fun. Military or commercial?
He's going to be commercial. He's already gone to JetBlue University. He's flown there several times. I have a friend, very good friend, that works there, and he takes care of my son. He's already flown in JetBlue University in the A320, A230 Airbuses. He's on a fast track.
That's wonderful. Did not know what I wanted to do till well past college.
Yeah, he's got it all mapped out. He's going to be a captain for JetBlue. He's going to make about $300,000 to $400,000. He's going to live into flying. He's going to have a private plane. He's got it all mapped out. His dad is 55. I still don't know what I want to do with my life.
It's never too late to go to pilot school. Grow a mustache. Become Sully.
Yeah.
So we're back. Aaron's got about 15 million. Hank about 10 million. Aaron not getting a playable.
6 off. It's good enough to raise on the button, though.
Yeah, just go for a steal. I think especially with the blinds up, he's going to up his stealing frequency, or at least attempts to do it.
Correct.
A lot more payoff when they work out. And like you said, if your opponent's just going to snap fold some of the time, I'll take snap folds, you know?
Yeah, I mean, what do you got? You got 5, you got 6, you got, 650. You got 650,000 in the middle every time. You're just stealing away.
Jack 9 off. See if he chooses to raise or just call. There's been a lot of limping here. I would assume an ace 10 is not going to be a check back, but Aaron does pick some stronger hands in his check back range. This time he goes very big with it, 750. So we're at 1.7 in the pot before we see a flop. One of the bigger pre-flops we've seen. Ace high is very good on this board. Even with backdoor spades, seems wonderful.
Paired board, 2 spades. Aaron's not going to let Henry see a free card here.
Yeah, I expected him to go exactly 550. That I was going to say before he even bet it. Just a very small down bet. Continue, gets all this, cleans up a lot of equity. Cleans up Jack 9 suited. Maybe a weaker ace like ace 5, ace 4, 6, 7. A lot of stuff folds here. Pairs probably not. Any pair probably calls at least once, but get a lot of stuff out of there. Even King Jack probably just lets it go. So we'll clean up the equity. Take 750K from the pre-flop bet.
Aaron with 10-4 offsuit. Just going to limp on this one.
Yeah, this time Hank picks up a good ace. Goes for a raise, and 10-4 can just pretty happily fold.
You know, again, Kyle, you got Hank in this spot. You know, he's limping a lot of the time. He's limping the majority of the time, and when he raises, it's just easier for Aaron to get away from the hand. If he just continuously, if Hank just continuously is betting like Aaron, it's tougher to put him on a hand. And you know, he can get paid off on some of these hands and get in a pot with them, but
yeah, that's why I'd say Aaron had a more balanced limping range. He had some stronger hands in there, and he even got to show down some of them, which is good. And now he gets to see a free flop with 7 deuce, which is, you know, that's a win in itself. Just getting to see the flop with this hand when your opponent has an ace 6 and you outflop them. Like,
yeah. Again, if Henry bets the button there, Aaron doesn't see this hand, and now he's in big trouble.
yeah,
Got middle pair against top pair.
just being allowed to see the flop with that hand is a win in itself. Just so happened to outflop them too. King
On a turn, a little
Pretty
bit of a scare
neutral.
card.
It's neutral because it's limped. You don't really expect your opponent to have a king too often. 9 is a bad one. Your opponent could easily have a 5, a 10, even like 8, 9. You know, just make 2
I'm
pair.
just gonna go check. Henry sees the bad news.
7 deuce, look at you.
Nope. And he owes an extra big blind for losing to 7 deuce.
Yeah. Pay the table and the dealer. Again, it just seems like a little small mistake there, Kyle. But I mean, it's a $1.2 million pot. You know, if he raises, you know, Aaron's probably going to fold 7-2 there. I don't even think he calls there, and he doesn't get himself into that spot.
I'd say he almost guaranteed folds it, especially the player-specific raise. Don't expect him to defend it ever.
Yeah, especially against a tight player like Henry.
See, this time he's not even going to get involved with. Last time he had 10-4 and he limped and got raised and had to fold, so he's just going to take 1 off and just. So next time when I limp, it's going to be stronger. You can't just raise me. You know, he's trying to get a little bit of credibility. And 10-3 is just. It's one of the very few hands that is so far outside of what you can even play heads up that you can just let it go. Like, even if you had like 6-3 offsuit, that one's better to play than 10-3. So we got a limp with 9-5, a raise, and we take down.
Aaron with my favorite hand, pocket tens.
That's your favorite hand. That's difficult.
Yeah, won a couple big pots with pocket tens. Difficult hand to play. I just won a big pot at Foxwoods one time with pocket tens. It kind of just stuck with me. There's really no other reason why it's my favorite hand.
Did you flop a 10?
Yeah, and river to 10.
Man, I'm good at this game.
And river to 10.
How did I know?
Yeah. The guy had aces.
Brutal.
Yeah, aces and an ace on the flop, and I went 10 on the flop, 10 on the river.
That will get you all of it.
Yeah.
Have to agree.
It was a big pot, like 9,000 on a 2-5 game in Foxwoods.
Monotone board, second pair for Aaron. Nothing for Hank, but he might just choose to turn this one into a bluff. Sometimes we just have zero equity and it's hard for your opponent to have a nutted hand. You can just bluff and just see what happens.
Hank just got frustrated.
Because literally, in this spot, how does your opponent have the queen of diamonds or two diamonds? You know, if you got a random king, random ace, random jack, even like queen jack to fold, just because it's monotone and stuff, and if you have 5-4 offsuit, you could have 5-4 of diamonds. That's one of those ones where you could just be like, this is my zero equity bluff. But just gonna play that one a little face up. It's heads up. There's another hand coming in, 15 seconds. We'll just hope for a better spot.
Just tell her she's wounded. She's coming out here on some meds.
What is the sun setting at your house right now, Kyle? You got a little sunlight glistening on your face there in the monitor.
Yeah, it's getting later in the day. We started this at 2. It's already 5:15. These guys have been battling all the way till the wee hours of the evening.
I didn't want to say anything, but that green backdrop behind you, you need to spice that up a little bit. You need to get a little sun.
Well, if I was gonna be on screen, it would be closer to me, and you wouldn't see anything behind me. But
yeah, it looks just like a shower curtain or something. Can't really tell what it is.
It's actually a green screen. It's a green screen. Yeah, if I wanted to, I could put it. I'm like floating in space.
Yeah. Do something a little different. I like the chair though. The gaming chair is definitely top notch.
Chair was nice. It was a Christmas gift. Very happy.
Gifts are always the best when they're free.
Yeah, I did need one.
Back to a 2-1 chip advantage for Aaron.
That's why I should have turned the camera off. Get him roasted.
114 hands into this tournament, this final table.
I believe we started the heads up part of it with 60-ish.
Yeah,
so
I believe it was like 62, I think, somewhere around there.
Aaron gonna apply some pressure on the button. Does not work this time. He was getting a few walks, which for 250k big, 250k ante, $500,000 a time works. This time he gets looked up. And
2 clubs for Hank.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aaron, this one's not going to be over with just one C-bet.
Aaron's going to stab at it, and Hank's going to come along.
Yep, it's good because a lot of those work, but this time he holds on. Now if you're Aaron, you're just thinking your opponent has a queen or a club draw. That's a good one for Aaron to check back. Picks up some equity where he can just river the nuts with a offsuit 10.
Goes check. No danger 8. Henry's going to try to steal this pot right here. Looks like 700,000.
Goes for the bluff. Now, if you're Aaron, clubs miss, diamonds miss. You block the nuts of Jack 10. He's thinking about going for it. Going for a 2 million raise.
That would be a superstar. If he made a move there, that would have been next level.
It is the right spot because just, you block the nuts. A lot of draws missed. So your opponent has a lot of just snap folds. If your opponent has like queen, jack, queen 10, he probably folds that. King might just call a raise, but your opponent's been last time we saw him river bet, he had 3s and deuces. His river bets have been pretty strong, so Aaron's not feeling like pulling the trigger on that one. But
again, we're playing for 46,838 up top, 34,399 per second. So a little over 12,000 they're playing for here. It's not chump change. Getting Henry's best effort, that's for sure.
And with everything just said, it's very easy when I can see the cards, so don't want to be like, oh, Aaron, you should have raised here. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
It's not, but
Yeah, of course.
so want to clarify that for all the audience. But if you do have raises, that would be the hand on that specific board. But if you can chip away 300k, 500k at a time, then you don't really need to take this risky, extremely risky, bluff raise river spot.
Again, when you're playing heads up, even though you've got a 2-to-1 disadvantage, again, you got to stay focused. You got to stay in the moment because it's just one hand and you're the chip leader. You just got to get your opponent in one bad spot.
Aaron gonna limp the 4-3 off. Suited queen does not go for a raise. But gets a pair of fives.
Bottom pair for
Backdoor
Hank.
diamond.
It's going to check it.
Straight. Yeah, straight draw. A lot of stuff working for Hank on this board.
Just check it to the aggressor. You know Aaron's going to bet.
Yeah, with this hand, it's a very comfortable check call. Just let him bet. There's tons of turn cards that I like to see. That's not really one of them. It's not an overcard, so it's not horrible, but I would have loved to see a diamond, 10, 8, queen. A lot of good ones. Well, it's not the best. It's pretty bad when you get double barreled too. So, not picking up any backdoor equity. This time the aggression works off. Aaron too, he picks up open-ended. Seems like a good spot to go for the second barrel. Get a 9, get a jack, get a 5 to fold some of the time. Heart draws too. So, good second bet by Aaron.
Eight 3 off for Hank. Into the muck it goes.
Yep. Although you should be playing a lot of hands heads up. That one is just we can pass on that one.
Yeah.
If there's any ones we can pass on.
8-3, 9-2. Tough to play.
Yeah, even when you flop an 8 or a 3, it just
Henry looking a
God,
little
I don't
tired
think
there.
so.
Had his head down. Maybe his age is coming into a factor here, Kyle, playing against a younger opponent.
stamina is important in poker tournaments. You are going to be tested. It's going to be hours. You're only going to have a few minutes break, every few hours, and then we're back to it.
Yeah, it is a mental game. You got to stay focused the whole time. One mistake and could cost you. What's the Super Seniors, Kyle, out in Vegas for the main event? What's the age on the Super Seniors? Is it 50 or is it Super Seniors like 60? Seniors is 50.
If I had to guess, because I don't know for certain, I thought it was 55.
So I'm eligible.
Sure.
I got way more stamina than all these old guys. Way more.
That was my guess, but you should not quote me on that. I don't have the perfect answer.
I'm a young 55.
Somewhat irrelevant for me.
How old are you
Also
now?
in the World Series.
How old are you?
I am 30 years old.
30. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when I'd come to Orange City and stuff, and they'd card me on the way in.
Yeah.
I was young, and they didn't even think I was old enough to play.
Man, 30 years old. I'd give anything to go back to 30. I was in my prime, still playing professional highlight back then.
Oh boy, just rigging the games.
Oh,
the
yeah.
high rollers. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I swear I didn't miss that one on purpose.
You know how many times I had people come up to me, is it rigged? Tell me it's rigged. Tell me it's rigged. I must have heard that a million times in my life. Tell me the numbers on the ball. When you bounce the ball and you get a new ball, the number that wins the point is on the ball, right? Like, no.
So you're keeping the secret for another few years. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll check back when you decide to.
I'll give you the secret right now. The actual number on the highlight ball was the speeds of the ball. Some balls are slower, some balls are faster. But somehow a fan probably knew a player, and the player told him there's numbers on the ball. So it turns into the fish story, Then that player tells another player, tells another player, tells another bettor, tells another gambler about the numbers, and next thing you know, they think the numbers are on the ball.
Well, that's got to be the answer. So, are you the one that came up with this speed of the ball lie, or
No,
someone
it was
else fed
just
to you?
something. Yeah, it was just something, just a way to tell the difference in the balls. You know, some opponents you wanted a faster ball. Obviously, weaker opponents you want a newer ball, so it's slower because they can't throw it as hard. So there's a little bit of strategy in it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hank gives Aaron a little Ushka look before he puts in the bet, counts it out, stares him down, and then throws it in there.
1.6 million in the middle. Oh, and Hank flops 3 4s. What a gut shot for Aaron.
A gut shot that will have Aaron drawing dead if it hits.
Only bets
very unlucky.
300,000, I think. There, Aaron's definitely going to come along with a gut shot.
Yep.
If he hits this, it could be over.
No, the 5 has him drawing dead to a full house.
Hank also with a diamond draw now. I mean, complete control of this hand.
That's just overkill. Maybe Aaron gets away from this. You know.
Yeah.
Especially as mentioned, he had kind of a less than standard stare down before he bet. Like you're trying to get a read. I guess that could be an ace X. So now that you have, when you have 3-6 and you're facing that look in 2 barrels when an ace comes, maybe you're just like, all right, my 4 outs are not worth this. And luckily he folded because he was actually stone dead. I believe we're actually at 300, 150 now, so blinds are up. Each pot is 750,000 minimum. They're gonna call with the 7-4. Has a 4 dominated. 4s are lucky. Dry, unconnected board. I expect a small bet out of Aaron. And then he gets a lot of Jack 4 and random hands to just fold, and he wins with 7 high. So, if you're Aaron, you're probably happier to see a dry, unconnected board than a flush draw or connecting cards, in any sense. You'd rather just see a bunch of those boards rather than actually making hands, because you're just going to chip your opponent down a lot of the time. Now we see just connectors. Looks like a limp. Queen 7, the computer hand, because it's better than exactly half of the hands in the deck. And it's better than 8-9 on the 10-4-5 board. King, no help to either player. Goes check, check. 7, pair for Aaron. 9 high for Hank. Pair of 7s is good. Now we got 17 million to 7 million.
60 hands deep now in this heads-up match. Again, the longer it goes and Hank can hang in here, Aaron might make a mistake. I didn't think it would go this long, I'm not going to lie. Hank's hanging in there.
I mean, anyone could win.
Can he get the young buck to make a mistake, Kyle? That's the question.
I mean, I would say sometimes it's a mistake. Any single hand could just be aces versus kings. One person's going to win, one's going to lose. It's just, anything can happen.
It's poker.
Yeah.
I watch it all night
10.
long when I'm dealing better players losing to bad players. I mean, it happens.
It's usually how it works.
I just think Hank's going to have to get a little lucky here, Kyle, in a hand. He's just going to have to get Aaron in a spot that he could either suck out on him or let Aaron just use his aggression against him. Where he gets a big draw and Hank has a hand that holds up. If it just keeps going this route, I just think it's a matter of time before Aaron wins. I think Hank's going to have to gamble at some point. And then if he can double up and get the chip lead, maybe Aaron will just tilt it off. I don't know.
Well, it goes 900K after a limp. 3x sizing, pretty big, but suited ace. You're fine to put a lot of chips in the pot.
Hank with the
You're fine, just take it
9-7
down.
off.
He's
My
gonna
buddy
go for the
Jimmy Rue
low.
thinks this is the best hand in poker, Kyle. He thinks this is better than aces. 9-7. Jimmy Rue, legendary player here in Daytona Beach.
Maybe he plays a lot of short deck. Jack 10 suited is actually the highest rated hand in short deck.
Yeah, in short deck, yeah.
Aaron picks up a flush draw, does a bet, takes down another 300K.
So much for the 9-7 being the best hand in poker.
He played it wrong. He's
He
supposed
did.
to raise.
He is you're sharp, bro. Very
Yeah.
sharp. Oh, the glasses are on for Henry.
Glasses are on.
Here we go. No. Come
Oh.
on, Henry. I thought we were going 10 years back. I thought we were bringing the sunglasses
Glasses.
back out.
Yeah, give him a hat. Give
Yeah.
him a hoodie.
Come on, Henry.
Give him some big ass headphones.
Change it up on him, man. Do something.
That would be what we're looking for. Ace deuce. He got it in one time with ace deuce and held, and it was clubs that hand. So maybe
A
this
little
is
ace
the-
king on the flop here. Queen 6 deuce 2
Oh.
spades.
My partner here's just rooting for pain.
I'm just looking to get this some action here, Kyle. It's painful just watching Aaron just bleed him down.
550 gets called by third pair. Third pair is a good hand to call with, but it's gonna be hard to navigate if facing another bet. 10 of spades makes ace deuce very hard to continue.
Yeah. Little scare card there on the river. Aaron picks up a flush draw.
And bets big because he picks up spades, picks up a jack. His king is an overcard to the entire board, and that's really good for Aaron. Like, he got a 550 on the flop. You know, that's a stronger hand in terms of size of pots that we've been seeing recently. A lot of things have just been limped, but he gets 2 bets worth on that one with just king high and gets a better hand to fold. So those are the ones that you add up when you review it and you say, like, this was a pivotal one. You got a better hand to fold. It was a big pot. You know, that's what's gonna pretty much decide this in the long term. And since it's 300 big blinds, hangs less than 20. It's Jack 10 offsuit. And we've seen him do 2 shoves already with under 20 big blind stacks. Held up both times. I mean, he's tough to finish, but
10-5 for Aaron. Yeah, he's not gonna get it in bad. That's what I'm saying though. I think in this spot he actually has to. I think he's just got to get it in and get lucky.
I think with the blinds up, like the last 2 times he got in, it was like 4 million. But now I think that the blinds are 300K. You have to do the 5 million jam. I think that's the appropriate size. But he's up to 6.5, so now it's a little bit too big to open rip. 20 bigs heads up. So it's back into, we have some playability zone. So
Almost at dinner break here, my friend. What are you eating for dinner tonight, Kyle?
I'm eating fettuccine alfredo.
I think I'm going to get the salmon here at Daytona Beach. Complimentary salmon.
Always looks good. Every time I see it come out, looks good, smells good.
Yeah, they
I
got
like
relatively good food here at Daytona and Orange City. You know, for poker rooms, you know, generally the food is just average. I think it's above average in both places. The menus are pretty solid.
I think it's very good. I get like 3 orders of pot stickers when I go there.
The pot
Highly
stickers.
recommend.
That is a favorite of a lot of people. A lot of orders
Highly
of pot
recommend.
stickers going out. I see nightly.
Yeah, they're amazing. Hank just open fold to 4 deuce. Pretty standard. Only loses 1 small blind, so not even that noteworthy, but hate to not be able to even battle.
17.7 million to 6.5 million for Henry.
And if he gets to approximately a 5 million stack, that's where I think that open shove is the right size in a lot of hands in this heads-up battle. But
Again, out to our listeners and our customers, we got a new promotion on Sundays and Mondays, Fast Cash, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. you get paid for a royal flush, a straight flush, or quads instantly, 1,500 and 300 respectively. You also get aces full of jacks. You get a $100. Again, you get paid immediately when you win the hand. No waiting, no up on the clock, no getting beat by other players' hands. Come down and collect some of your cash. We got a flop set here for Aaron, but nothing. But Henry just has nothing to call.
Aaron's trying to collect some cash when he flops a set.
There it is. Aaron slaps the table. He knew that was just let Henry get any piece of that. Maybe, you know, a jack, jack 10, jack queen, anything like that.
No, with knowing him, he's happy with 2 clubs. He's like, I'll be the favorite. You can't hold up every time. Let's get it in. But now he's Henry's down.
Yeah, he's getting chopped down.
To
under
down
6 million.
5.5. Does have the button, so.
Henry, put the glasses on. Let's go full Terminator mode here. Come on.
You got the World Series of Poker jet. Oh, picks up a premium.
All right. Ace king suited.
Suppose it's better
Aaron
to get
wakes
some
up
value.
with somewhat connected 7-5.
Good raise size. A jam gets a fold on this one, so you'll take it.
Great flop for Hank. No piece for Aaron, so we're probably not going to get much action here. Aaron really has no draw either.
Yeah, overs and clubs. Good enough to claw back 6.4 million.
I'd be super frustrated right there if I'm Henry in that hand. You know, you finally pick up a hand. You really get no action on it.
Me, I'm fine with it. I'll take a win with ace high. I didn't actually make a hand.
I get frustrated though, very easily. Not gonna lie. When I play, I can get super frustrated quick.
Like, cool. Made a pre-flop bet. Won the hand on the flop when I did not technically connect in full. I'll take it.
Queen 6 off for Aaron. See if this is good enough to raise on the button.
It is, but
does he find a hand he does not like is the question, Kyle. We're gonna raise.
He makes it 700K. Remember, we're 300, 300, 150, so a little
Henry
over
just gonna
2x.
sneak in there with an ace. You know, would you like to see Henry do a little 3-bet back at him there?
Not with ace 3 offsuit.
No.
If it was suited, you could consider it. It's your bluff candidate, but
I mean, again, we got to play a little unorthodox here, and we're playing against, you know, I just.
Because of hands like this in the heads-up format, even let's say the flop was 9-7 deuce turn deuce, ace high is just good a lot of the time.
Right.
So you don't really need to 3-bet because you could just have the best hand. But when you 3-bet and your opponent calls, now your ace 3 is really a no man's land. It's definitely not the best hand. It's definitely behind almost always. So it's fine to just call, let your opponent see a flop with like 10 jack, 8-9.
Yeah.
King X, and you're still beating a lot of that stuff, so it's fine to just call with the King 3.
Yeah.
Pair of ones, the lowest pair in the deck. That's he leaned forward very far for that. I don't know if you're gonna pick up on that, think of it some type of way, but he put a lot of himself across the table, putting the chips in the middle. Ooh. Queen high. Aaron's gonna lose something on this one.
Weapons of mass destruction for Hank. This one could get a little pricey for Aaron.
Yeah, with backdoor clubs, Aaron could just jam there if he wanted to and try to end it, but he should just take a conservative route.
10.
Gets no backdoor equity.
I'd like to see Henry bet about 1.2 million here.
But Henry's been pretty consistent. When he bets a certain sizing, he pretty much does the same sizing going forward.
Just 700. 700 just brings Aaron in. Let's go. If I'm Henry now, I'm putting my opponent on a queen for sure.
Absolutely. And that's the purest
great
bet
card.
card ever.
That's a great card. No scare, no bet on it. No, See, now that's the difference, Kyle. That's the difference between Aaron and Henry. Now, if that's reversed, you know Aaron's firing that river. We already said it once, a couple hands ago, when he made a nice bet on the river for some value. If you're putting your opponent on a queen there, I mean, yeah.
If I could pick my river card,
I mean,
I'd pick that one.
there you go.
And then I get to bet.
If you're not betting that river, what river are you betting there? I mean, he wasn't raised at any time. He was in control of the hand the whole way. You have to bet the river there. Your opponent's going to call you down with any queen.
Yeah, you can bet you could probably bet 1.2 million there, and then if your opponent raises, I guess you just give them credit for queen 10 specifically and fold, because they don't have pocket deuces. They don't have queen deuce almost ever.
No.
But I mean, there's some two pairs out there, but
I don't think I'm folding to a raise there either. I'm calling. What ace king?
Just I have aces. If I'm ever gonna play a hand, this one's it. Good luck us. Hopefully it's the best by the river.
Correct. 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. That was you got to get some value on that river there.
And now Aaron, hand on forehead, a little bit perturbed, a little bit disgruntled with that hand, a little bit, replaying it a bit, being like, man, that's...
John McConnell on our feed, Kyle. John McConnell's asking, where's our control room? Is there any chance the players hearing what we are saying? No, John. I am in the back at Daytona Beach in a room with the controls and the control people here, and Kyle is remote in... What are you, Melbourne, Kyle? I definitely don't think they could hear you in Melbourne.
Cape Coral.
Cape Coral. Wow, your parents.
Yeah.
You must have some money living in Cape Coral.
No.
What?
No. I think you're thinking of like Coral Gables or
Gables. Yeah, Coral Springs and Coral Gables. You're right.
Yeah, I'm the outskirts.
That's the hood. You live in the hood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hood rich.
Come from the streets.
Hood rich. Street credit. You got some street credit.
Yeah, built up from playing, 25 cent, 50 cent with the neighbor kids. Look at me now.
All right, here we go.
Nope, Aaron
Hank went all in and Aaron folded.
Yeah, Aaron picked a 3-bet bluff spot because, he wants to make something going.
Yeah,
sometimes you got to randomize, pick a 3-bet bluff. Yeah. It's just annoying that your opponent just has a hand there. Because, he's had aces, and when we have top pair, he's had 2-pair and our pair. He's held on, he's done good, and now you're just like, all right, well, what's my option? I'm just going to 3-bet bluff. Oh, he just has it. That's disappointing.
Kyle, guess what? We're back to 14 million and 10 million again. Seems like that's the threshold. It's just been Aaron goes up to about 16, 17, 18, and then Henry wins a couple hands, comes back to 10 million. He's yet to get over the hump and just get Aaron down again. I can't stress to you enough where I think if Henry, the longer he makes this go, Aaron's going to get frustrated at some point and can make a mistake. It's just like, can Henry get the chip lead where he can get Aaron a little frustrated? That's just the bottom line of this heads-up match from what I could see.
I mean,
Henry calling for a dinner break. 137th hand. This is about the 77th hand heads up for these guys.
Well, if I was Henry, I probably would ask for a dinner break, review what's been going on, talk to people who I trust, who can give me advice how to move forward. So I can see why he's asking. Not that that's the reason. Maybe he's just hungry, but that's what I would be doing with my dinner break. I'd be going for some last minute coaching as I'm playing for a 12,000 pay or 12,000 pay jump.
That is the advantage of a dinner break, right, Kyle? You can, obviously you got friends that are watching. You could send a couple texts. Hey, what's going on here? What's he doing to me in these spots? Do I need to get a little more aggressive? It's a very good point by you where, you could use the dinner break to your advantage.
Here's what I would do. Wouldn't let the information go to waste. If it's out there, I'm gonna give myself the best chance to win. Picks up ace queen on the button. No dinner break allowed. We got some chips to win.
This will make that salmon taste a little better if he can win a pot here before dinner break. Yep, that's it. Aaron's not going to give him the luxury of it.
Guess they are going on break. Hey, you got any good promos coming up in
It's funny.
Daytona?
It's funny you say that, my friend. We happen to have a few promos here at Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club.
Really?
Yeah. We got fast cash on Sundays and Mondays, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. If you hit quads, a straight flush, or a royal, you will be paid immediately. Quads, $300. Straight flush, $500. Royal, $1,000 instantly. You will not get chopped. You will not have your hand tied. You will not have your hand beat. You will be paid immediately. Two cards must play. That is 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. We have the GAPT Championship. Join us on February 25th at Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club for the $100,000 guaranteed GAPT Championship. It's a single-day event, $500 buy-in, $25,000 in chips, 30-minute levels. Every Thursday, we got the wheel or no wheel. When you win the high hand, you will be given the option to pocket $2.99 in cash or to spin the wheel for bigger winnings, but you could lose and get a shorter amount. It's every Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. We have the Women's Charity Invitational on March 2nd. Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club is proud to partner with Lips for their 20th anniversary tour. Our Women's Charity event Invitational will benefit the Women's Poker Association with an additional $10 charity add-on. $200 buy-in, 20,000 units, 25-minute levels. Also, on February 10th, we have the Saturday Super 40s. $300 buy-in, 40,000 chips, 30-minute levels. That's it, Kyle. That's it. That's the promos.
Every time you say spin the wheel, it makes me think of The Price is Right.
Yeah.
I only say that because I saw a picture of what the back of the Price is Right wheel looks like. It looks like it's designed for a person to stand back there and just decide what it's going to be on.
Do you remember when they tried to fire Vanna White? They tried to get a hotter, younger version in there.
I do not.
The people went crazy. They wanted Vanna White back. Yeah, they did all kinds of petitions and everything, and then they had to bring Vanna White back. People stopped watching. The ratings went down. Did you know that?
I did not. That's interesting.
They tried to get her. They tried to get a younger, prettier girl in there, and Vanna White's fans they spoke. Ratings went down, and they brought her back. She's still on it. She's got to be like 60 now. She's still on
Power.
Spin the Wheel, whatever that show is.
Well, that's Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. I love when the person has one letter to go, and then they have 10,000 on their score, and they get a bankrupt. They get greedy for the one more spin. They already know the letter. They can solve it, and they get bankrupt. I mean, is there anything better than that?
I don't know. I like to take the. I don't think you're really going to get much more extra value in that spot.
No.
I think you should just probably answer it. But my mom was on Let's Make a Deal, and she had a 1 in 5 chance to get a car, or she could take 2,000 cash. And she took the 1 in 5 for the car, and then left with nothing. And she kept asking me, "Oh, should I have done this?" I'm like, "Yeah, take the chance. What do you mean? It's a car. Go for it. Who cares?"
It was a tough loss for Tampa Bay the other day. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield played pretty well, man. I'm curious if they're going to give him another contract or not, to be honest.
I certainly would. I like Tampa Bay. I've liked Baker Mayfield for a long time. I think he played great with the Browns. I think he played good here. I think he's good.
He's definitely good at making commercials. He's pretty funny in those commercials. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah, he was what was it was some insurance where he was just
Progressive.
walking around the stadium.
Yeah,
and he
Progressive.
lived
Yeah, he lived in the stadium with the Browns.
Yeah.
Pretty funny, man. I ain't gonna lie. I got a real problem with my team. I don't know where I stand on my quarterback, man. If I was Jerry Jones and I was a billionaire, I'm pretty sure I would sit down with Dak Prescott and I would offer him probably. I would say, listen, we already paid you one big contract. You're gonna have to take a team-friendly contract here. You didn't deliver in the spot. He doesn't deliver in the clutch. You know, we want to put a better team around you. So I think I would offer him, you know, hey, you want to do an extension, maybe 3 years, $35 million, $105 million, somewhere in that range. And, you know, we could put a team around you. If not, I would tell him to walk. I would just go with Trey Lance. I would just go with the rookie, and then I would see where you're at. It seems like that's what you got to do in the NFL nowadays with the salary cap. You know, you got to get a young quarterback in there on his first contract and hope you get lucky. You know.
Yeah, I never really thought Dak Prescott was amazing. His rookie year, he did really, really good. But that year, the Cowboys had like the best O-line by far.
Yeah,
like,
they were loaded.
He's just untouched for 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Like,
and he had Zeke. He had a young Zeke running the ball. He had Dez Bryant. I mean, yeah, they were stacked.
But Zeke too, like I thought Zeke was overhyped too, because on run plays the O-line's pushing the back 3 yards before contact is made.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's getting 6 yards a run. Like if the O-line's getting you 3 yards off rip, it doesn't put anyone behind there.
Yeah, that line was sick, man. I ain't gonna lie.
But
It's too bad Romo's back kind of, you know, he kind of gave out there. He got beat up for so long, but they finally got a line in there. He was already battered and broken, you know.
yeah, and that's why that was my review of it forever. Like I watched that season very closely, and everyone's so hype, and I'm just like, this is mostly the O-line. And then, you know, they had the Pollard other guy when they were negotiating, they were just running the table, and I was on the leave those two dudes in there. Like they're doing fine. Y'all want to nitpick negotiating while we're still winning and putting up numbers? All right, bye.
Did you watch the Chiefs game yesterday? Did you see when Travis Kelce scored a touchdown and they showed his, you know, they're showing the booth up there with Taylor Swift and everything. Did you see his brother Jason Kelce? Did you?
I've seen many angles of that
Yeah.
from TikTok.
He's got the bear and he's got his,
people that
he's got
made
this
stuff.
big old bear gut out there with no shirt on. It's like 0 degrees, and he's just living life. I guess he retired, so I guess
People are
he's just
taking
yeah.
people are taking selfies with him. He's walking up and down.
Good for him, man. You know what? He played
That's fun.
13 years in the league, and he's gonna retire. You know, won a championship. Good for him. He's a Hall of Fame player, I think, first ballot probably for a center.
Yeah, your knees, they don't last forever.
Yeah.
Like,
You're hanging
can't
up there
do
you're hanging up there in a suite with Taylor Swift, and you're partying. I mean, what's better in life? Guy's running good.
You can't do a 600-pound squat / bench press 40 times a week for 10 years straight. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
we'll give out eventually. I mean, I saw in the Tampa Bay game the center for Detroit got rolled up on like 3 times,
Yeah.
and he was hurting.
And he played he gutted it out.
Yeah.
I think
You
that's
can
that
see-
Dan Campbell, that coach, man. I think those guys will run through a wall for that guy, man, to be honest.
And that's gonna be part of it. Like, you know, nothing you can do. You're playing perfect, and then someone rolls up from behind that you can't see coming. You just feel the pain in the back of your leg, and you're just like, oh my God, can I walk? Am I good? Like, you don't even know what's happened until you try to stand.
You know, what a great trade that was for the Lions. You know, not too many people talk about that trade, Kyle. You know, they traded Stafford for Goff. And, yeah, it didn't do anything the first year. Stafford won with the Rams. They were ready to go, and it was just a perfect fit. But, you know, the Lions got, I want to say they got 2 or 3 number ones for Stafford and a couple 2s. And, you know, they drafted Gibbs last year, and they drafted the other guy, and then, you know, now they're one win away from the Super Bowl, and they got Jared Goff going against Brock Purdy, who's the last pick in the draft. You got the number 1 pick in the draft going against the last pick in the draft. Where's your money going?
I always liked Stafford though. I thought he was so good, and he never had anyone to help him.
If you look at the stats on the receivers now, right? Like the most most yards ever in a season. I think it was like Calvin Johnson, right, for the 16-game
Yeah.
season. Then you got the most catches ever. It was like Cooper Kupp. And now the rookie most yards and catches is Puka Nakua. And you want to know the one difference in all of those guys? Stafford was the quarterback with all of them.
Yeah. That's like a fun stat.
Yeah.
that won't
Just shows
really
you how
be
good his arm
remembered.
talent is. His arm talent is ridiculous.
Definitely break the record.
Yeah.
You know who his best friend? I'll give you a little sports knowledge here for you, Kyle. You know who Matt Stafford's best friend was growing up? See how good you are right here.
Was it you?
Huh?
Was it you?
No. If it was me, I'd be like his personal manager. I wouldn't be here talking to you. I'd be like,
I thought it was you.
No,
I thought you were
no,
telling
no.
me about your childhood friend story.
no. His best friend growing up was Clayton Kershaw.
Oh.
They were like,
That's
you know,
fun.
little league together. Imagine that, 2 studs.
That's fun.
Yeah.
We're back.
We are back live.
400, 200.
8-5 against 7-3.
Two very suspect hands and both miss. And here's where the aggression's going to pay off.
All right,
Now the
Henry.
hands are even more significant. 800K a hand on limped pots.
So I'm guessing Henry didn't take your advice and talk to somebody and say, hey, man, should I get a little more aggressive? Because we just limp folded the first hand, and, you know, we're right back to where we were.
Nah, that one's fine. He was already in the big blind. He had a bad hand, bad flop. Can't do much with that. With that one specifically.
Not much. We'll see if anyone gave him some advice.
Yep.
Jack 4 of hearts for Hank.
See right now.
On the
this
button.
Should be an open. We're gonna just limp.
No aggression. We're going to give Aaron a free flop with Queen 3
Yeah,
off.
when you're out of position, you're happier to see it with a queen 3 off than you are raising with a jack. But you get rewarded with a jack, so and backdoor flush, backdoor straight. That's all jack 4. Now Aaron could just pass, you know. Okay, I missed. Maybe next time.
Bill F. is asking if there's no delay, what prevents them giving a player signals. There is a delay.
Yeah, I believe it's 15 minutes minimum, possibly
Yeah.
even 30.
Yeah, it's somewhere between 15 and 30 there, Bill F., just to let you know. I want to say 30, but it could be 15. Kyle's right. It's somewhere between 15 and 30-minute delay.
Yep. We let them play for a little bit, wait till all our technical stuff is in order after 15 minutes minimum, and then eventually.
That's why
we
sometimes
get it
you
going.
might see us make a mistake on here because the feed doesn't catch up sometimes, or we'll get a little ahead of ourselves. So we're trying to watch it live with you as well. So
Hank picks up. Oh, speaking of not live, I see an ace king.
I see
suited
ace
up
king
there.
suited and the cards aren't even out yet. How funny
Yeah.
is that, Kyle? That was right
That's
on time. What we were just talking about. How do they know? Is this hand staged? Ace king of clubs for Hank? Is that
Gotta
right?
check that shuffling machine.
Ace
Oh,
king
does
suited.
Does raise. Maybe it was just early. Yeah, guess it was just early. I just knew.
Ace king gets you a nice ace king suited. Kyle gets you a nice payout in ultimate here at Daytona Beach Kennel Club. Ace king of heart or clubs or diamonds on ultimate. You'll get 25-1 for that wager.
Just getting it, like it's a bonus bet.
You just gotta be dealt it. Yeah, 25-1.
Nice.
Little 125 for a nickel. Queen of diamonds on the
Aaron-
turn. No help for either player.
Yeah, Aaron out flops the ace king when he gets a 3, but fourth pair's two pair versus top pair top kicker. This is gonna be about 600K, I'd say probably.
Yeah. Oh, just a quick call by Henry. Not even a thought of.
Does 800 get snap called?
You know, the one
believe
thing
it was-
I've seen, Kyle, is how many times now have we seen Henry get a premium hand? I could think of ace king a couple times suited. I think of a jacks back to back, and he's just not getting any value. He's just not getting any chips. That pot he lost, but he's just not getting any value to these premium hands.
Yeah, he got 2 million with aces. I think that a lot of the time you get closer to 3.5 if you just size it a little differently.
Yeah.
Like,
And it
if
matters.
you size it a little, if you size it bigger, flop and turn, then the check back river is a lot more reasonable. But you know, when you 500, 700, you got to go 1.2, 1.3 on the river if you're only going that big. But if you're
Aaron
going
Ray.
like, if you're going 800, 1.2 turn, then check back river makes a little bit more sense. You got extra value that you were looking for.
Jen Frankenstein / Harris is telling us on the feed that it's not Henry, it's Hank.
Yeah, I started with calling him Hank. Well, you just kind of roped me in it when you kept calling him Henry. And
Well,
you said that his name's Henry, but he goes
yeah.
by Big Hank. So Hank is
He goes.
the nick.
Yeah, he goes by Henry. He even wrote on our thing here, Jen. Just so you know, he wrote Henry Wilkin on our bio. I've known Henry for a while. I always call him Henry. Maybe if you're a good friend, you call him Hank, but we're gonna call him Henry.
Yeah, maybe Hank, like you said earlier. You said he goes by Big Hank sometimes. So this
It's
might
just
just be
it's
his,
a nickname or
his stream nickname.
yeah, like maybe
think it's
good friends
two-pair.
call him Hank. But we're gonna call him by his name if you don't mind.
Yeah, when you search him later on the Hendon mob, you won't find him under Hank. Kind of a sick thing to do if you were on a stream table. Give a name that's just a little bit off, in case your opponents were going to search you beforehand.
All right.
Huh? No earnings. This guy's a fish. When really he's got like millions in tournament earnings, just hidden. What a trophy! Boy, would I like to win that. One of these two players is along with $46,000. Both players have locked up $34,000, but they are doing a $12K pay jump that they're fighting for. See an open by Jack 10. Get a call from a suited 5 deuce. He's looking for some clubs. Gets
All right.
one club. Gets a deuce.
Backdoor clubs
Reasonable.
with bottom pair. He's going to check the Aaron and see if Aaron gets a little aggressive on this.
Yep. Don't think we can fold to one bet, but we're not loving it.
Henry quick calling 800,000, no thought process.
Would love to see
Bottom
a 4,
pair.
8, 5 club deuce, obviously.
There it is, the
Club.
gin card. That could give us some action here. Aaron gets top pair now. Flush
Yep.
draw and a pair for Henry.
Aaron turns top pair. Also blocks the clubs. Maybe think he can get value from a 7. Maybe he doesn't want 5-4 to get there for free. Maybe he wants pocket 8s and pocket 9s to pay him. But Aaron puts 1.2 in the million, gets called.
Again, remember
6
we were talking about before, Kyle. Henry has to get a little lucky. Maybe that's a spot right there where he jams. Obviously, a 7 of hearts comes, so he misses. But maybe he could have took the pot down. Probably not. But you just got to get a little unconventional on Aaron. He's just playing the same way the whole time. Aaron just picking up on it, just putting out a little value bet here.
Yeah,
looks
this
like,
pot
looks like about
this pot is
1.2 million.
massive. Into 7 million, I mean, it's probably just a math call. I hope he has ace king. Hope he has ace queen.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing. He's not gonna like what he sees.
How does he have a 7? He could have higher clubs. He could have 5-4. And that really is the difference. Is Aaron goes for 1.2 million with just a pair of 10s, and Henry / Hank has checked back when he had aces and overpair. Checked back when he had strong hands. In the long term, Aaron's going for a little bit thinner value, and he's actually getting paid on it. He got paid on the ace king when he raised. He got paid on the pair of 10s when he puts in a very relatively thin river bet. But if it's gonna work, we're good. And now we're in danger zone. We have 11 bigs if we're Hank. We're in shove or fold mode kind of with 11 bigs versus 40 bigs and 18 million of Aaron. So
10-8 versus 9-7 here.
yep, no reason to raise the 9-7 when you're gonna have to play it out of position. We like to see it for free, and we make a 7, so we're not folding, but
Hank could get a little value out of this hand.
yep, could be expensive.
Just comes along.
One big blind apiece in there. 2 million pot.
Aaron again picks
Both
up a
players.
gutter. Does this guy pick up a gutter every turn card, Kyle?
Yeah, both
Seems
both
like-
players with a gutter,
Yeah.
switching outs. Gets led into, can happily call with a gutter and pair of 7s.
That's a good card for Hank. You're not going to put him on a jack there, especially when another one comes on a river.
Yep, both players are pretty happy with that card.
Aaron looks a little perplexed here. Does he want to give him 500,000 chips?
Yeah, he's wondering if there's ever a chance his opponent has 7-8, 7-6, worse 7s, because it's pretty much the only hand he's beating. I'm sure he never expects Hank to just lead with clubs and then just go for it. I don't think he's had like river small bet bluffs all too often.
Yeah, Aaron just wants to see it. The price was right for him to get it. He's just going to see it.
Yeah, he believes sometimes he's against 7-6, pocket 6s, 6 or 7-8. He's really just trying to beat a 7x there, I think. Not really think, he doesn't really think his opponent's gonna thinly bet a 10 from what he's seen previously.
These guys are playing for decent-sized money here, too. Someone wanted to know on the stream. Someone just came on the stream. They're playing for $46,838 first place. $34,399 is second place.
Yep, 12K heads-up match. Suited king is gonna be a raise, I would assume.
Looks like about 900,000.
Yep, just a slight over a min raise.
Henry going to fire back. 3 bets him to 2.4 million.
Doesn't fully jam, kind of interesting. I would have expected him to have a stack size of just jamming at that point, but he did win the previous hand, so it's a little bit bigger than it was. If it was 5 million, it should just be a jam. But he can make it 2.4, have like 3.6 behind, and have some playability still. But now he's back up to, I want to say, 750. Yep, 780.
Anthony Viscomi on the live stream. Hi, pal.
Hi there.
Haven't seen him in a while. If anyone knows, our Pals podcast is out there, our sports talk, and he's one of our guys. Palspod.com.
Tell me about your podcast.
Yeah, palspod.com.
There you
Talk
go.
about sports, trying to get it up and going.
That's fun.
Quick call there by
You
Aaron.
see a top pair versus bottom pair. You're always
Hank
never
picks
really
up a
fold a
club
pair.
draw and a straight draw. Hank with solid command of his hand.
bad river for Hank specifically. He was being a 7 previously. Now it cracks him. He's worried about that.
Yep.
He's not going to go
He's
thin
just going
with
to
it
showdown value.
too many times. Yeah, this one there's clubs out there, so it's not the worst, but you'd expect your opponent to bet if he had like when he checks you on the river, you'd expect him to bet if he had a flush, if he had a 7, so you can rule that out pretty comfortably. And then, maybe you go for 600,000 and hope that the weakest pairs can pay you. Even some ace highs. Ace highs are going to pay sometimes. And that's something that people need to realize when they're adjusting to heads up is that you're getting value from ace high is part of it, and calling with ace high is part of it. And that's never prominent or very happening a lot in full ring game. You're never just like, okay, I'm trying to get value from ace high. That's just not happening when you raised from middle position and the cutoff called. But heads up, you gotta remember that we're widening so much what our value range is versus our bluffing range. So that means pair of eights should probably bet there.
We're back to a 2-1 chip advantage for Aaron. Queen 3 of clubs for Hank.
Suited queen, 8 million. First premium for Aaron.
Oh, here we go. American Airlines.
He's trying to fly all the way to the cage with this one.
Is this it?
1 million total.
Whoa.
1 million total.
1 million.
1 million total.
Makes sense.
Aaron's
just
going
a
to throw
little
these
bit
cards
over
down
fundraise.
disgustedly. Finally picks up aces. Just no action.
It was limp to him. I'm
Yeah,
sure he's
it's-
not really expecting it to go big too often. But he just has to raise there. So 2.5x.
Just hoping your opponent has a hand he can call.
Just, all right, well, now it's 600 to win 2 million. You know, hopefully you feel priced in. But not this time. It's better than getting aces cracked. That feels worse.
Trying to watch the body language on these two guys now. It's been pretty steady, man. They're just... Aaron would again with ace queen. Just turning into a card rack right now. Henry just not giving him any action. Nothing.
That's a big pickup, 800,000. Big blind and big blind ante. Like, those are going to add up.
Yeah, add up. Take 8 of those and the tournament's over. And I can have my salmon.
So you're saying in 8 hands, you're eating salmon. Interesting.
I thought we were going to be done at 4 o'clock. I mean, this might go till midnight. I might get a whole shift in here. I don't even got to leave.
There you go.
Queen 6 of spades. Come on, Hank. Raise the button here. Let me see. What do you got? Nah. Just a call. Aaron going to sneaky check behind with a pair of 4s.
Yeah.
The Obama.
typically-
Does anyone know what the Obama is out there? Everyone's killing me on my ace king. Pocket 4s is the
44.
Obama.
Yep, 44.
Just so you guys know. I know I'm right on that one. Anyone want to bet?
Yeah, but what Aaron is doing is you typically want to play all. Oh, hits a set. I'm not going to get paid all too likely, but it's fun to hit a set.
Yeah, nothing wrong with hitting little trips on the river there.
Yeah. I'm with Aaron too. Gotta min bet. You're probably not getting called, but gotta go for it. But Aaron's limping a lot when he's the big blind, or he's just checking back, because you want to play the bigger pots when you're in position, and you can just bet when your opponent checks with you very liberally. So pocket 4s, although it's pretty much good enough to raise, you might as well just not play a bigger pot because you're out of position. Versus right now we have queen 4 suited. Let's play a bigger pot, because if the flop is anything and it checks to me and I bet small and win, that's a huge pickup, and I'm gonna win a lot more chips. So like this, he raises with queen 4 suited. It's not gonna work this time.
Hank with jacks again.
Has jacks. Yeah.
Oh, again.
Now, maybe next time.
All right, I'm starting to get a little frustrated, Kyle.
Tell me your woes.
I mean, if I'm Hank right there, I want to flat and disguise my hand right there. I mean, you're just allowing Aaron to fold. He just raised the 900,000. Like, he has something. Like, see a flop. I mean, let him. He's gonna bet the flop again. Like, what are we? I don't know. I think this is a strategy. What has he got? Aces again?
Yeah.
Aces 2 out of the last 4 hands and no action for Aaron.
Good fold. Good fold. Most frustrating.
Well, they're better than not getting aces.
See how to read his hand, man.
It's better getting up at the end of the tournament than the beginning of the tournament.
I mean, it's just. I mean, obviously, Kyle, if you're playing someone heads up, you would 99.999% of the time want to play a tighter player as opposed to an aggressive player. I mean, you could just get away from hands easier. It's just. I don't like the way the Hank is just playing some of these premium hands he's getting. You got to trick it up a little bit, man. You got to just flat with him.
Yeah, if you're playing a aggressive player, you either have to.
You want to trap Aaron
very-
here. You want to trap him, and he's just not setting any traps.
Yes, very, very trappy, where you just know, like, okay, it's second pair, but I'm calling down no matter what. Or you have to raise when you have, like, straight draw, flush draw, or straight draw and overs, or You gotta pick some spots where you don't have the best hand.
Correct.
But a raise is gonna win a lot of the time because your opponent's just betting so liberally. So there's a few adjustments that could help, but I mean he's lasted what 70, 80 hands.
Yeah, he's hanging in there. He's hanging in there.
So his strategy's working, you know, enough. I don't really expect him to raise a king 5 offsuit, but it should be raised. Would not have worked because king queen is gonna raise for you. Even playing the hand out of position, Aaron's gonna put more chips in the pot with this one.
Aaron just running pure right now. Just aces 2 out of the last 4 hands. King, queen, pocket 4s. I mean, he's just, you know, hitting sets on the river. I mean, it just feels like the end is coming.
Dealer's trying to kill me.
Yeah, but
He's trying.
there are ways you could. It's on the river. Shouldn't let that get there, but it is what it is.
I just think there's a lot of feel that goes into poker. You know, being an ex-athlete that I was, like, I know if an opponent is better than me. I know if an opponent, you know, has an advantage on me. You kind of can feel that if you're an athlete. And I just think he just needs to get a little unorthodox. He's going to have to gamble here at some point, or he's just going to get chipped away. I would just like to see him make a few moves, and you know, if it's over, it's over. I mean, you're going to lose anyway. I just would like to change it up. It's just he's making it too easy for Aaron. He's raising his ace king, his jacks 3 times. He's making those 1.4 million. It's almost the same every time. Aaron's folded on him. He hasn't gotten any play out of his big hands.
It is slightly true. And then in the last hand, Hank had king 6 and Aaron had king 4, and king 4 just raises on the button and gets a better hand to fold. And those are going to add up a lot when the blinds start getting deeper and deeper.
Correct.
And it seems like Hank's just picking a hand now to go with. So like you said, he's just, all right, well, I have jack 8, so let's just, you know, try to steal one, try to start pulling things in my way. But Aaron's not going to let it go for just 400. Now,
like you said, Aaron's sizing is going up when the blinds are going up, and he's making Hank pay for it every time. No connection on the flop.
Check.
Sneaky check by Aaron.
7's for a chop. Hank can't actually win this hand. Bets just 100K over a single small blind or a single big blind, and takes it down when he has a king. And now I believe Hank is under 5 million, which is definitely jam sizing. Yep.
One of the few hands that Aaron will fold.
And you gotta be disciplined like that. You don't want to. You know you have kind of the momentum. You've been taking a lot of hands, so sometimes people get this tunnel vision of I can win every hand if I just raise here. I'm probably gonna win, but it's fine to just give one up when you're at the furthest bottom of the range that's even possible. You just have absolute trash hand. You can just let it go. One hand's not gonna change the outcome when it's just no action pre. Queen 10 could be good enough to put in a bet, but Aaron likes to play relatively conservative when he's out of position.
Check.
And when he goes check, I expect Aaron to bet this turn a lot of the time. Probably even more so when he just turns the nuts.
Makes it that much easier.
Yeah, it's just...
Again, Aaron frustrated that Henry he just can't pick up a hand whenever Aaron gets one of these hands. Hank just really has nothing to call with. I mean, he's... Aaron frustrated with a almost 5-1 chip stack lead.
Yep. And now it's, if I'm Aaron, I'm just min raising a lot. I'm trying to just put a lot of pressure, get folds. So like right now it'd be 800,000. It wouldn't even be 900,000. If I get jammed down, I'm just calling. He's choosing just
call. That was it.
He's choosing to just put max pressure himself, and you know, he'll take a 50-50 when it's only going to bring his opponent up to an 8 million stack if they win. But tournament on the line. Ace 8 is in the lead. Aaron needs a queen 10 or some clubs to knock him out, be the winner, secure 46K. Flop is blurry.
I can't even see.
Ace high. So,
Oh, I
barring
see it.
backdoor spades, backdoor flush, Aaron's probably going to have to continue this heads-up match, and the match will continue.
Aaron drawn dead.
Oh, no, 6. 6 would have been fun. Straight.
Oh, yeah, 6. I didn't even see that. That would have
Give him
worked.
a 6.
6 would have worked for the tournament. Hank with a full double up.
8.2.
That's what it looks like. So we're back to about a 2-to-1 advantage again for the chips. Just how that's quick. That's how quickly it can turn, Kyle. He just had a 5-to-1 chip lead, one hand. We're back 2-to-1.
Yep.
If Hank can just put 2 together here in a row, you go from 5-to-1 to chip leader.
And blinds are big enough now where it's not like mandatory, but it's definitely more possible than it was at 150, 300, 300. Getting a lot shorter, getting a lot easier. Just put the whole stacks in. Aaron with 3 basically 50-50 chances to close it out has not secured it yet. So if I'm Aaron and Hank pulls this out and wins, be extremely frustrated to look back and see all 3 50-50s go the other way. But
Got a mystery hand for Hank here.
what's going to happen sometimes? You play poker for a living or even just kind of semi-pro or regularly, you know sometimes you're just going to miss every flip for months.
Middle pair for
Every
Aaron
time.
with a flush draw. Hank checks, Aaron checks.
Aaron should feel comfortable to bet 1 big blind. He bets 500,000, takes 400K.
We didn't need to see Hank's hand on that one. That was pretty simple.
Yep. Pair and a flush draw, way, way good.
That's emotional for you. I'm just sitting here, whatever.
Got a new setup coming in here.
That's nice. Get these unlucky cards out of here. We want the lucky cards.
Yeah. Guess what, Kyle?
Tell me.
We got a new promo at Orange
No
City
way.
and Daytona. Yeah.
You're joking.
It's called Fast Cash.
That's amazing.
Sundays and Mondays, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. If you hit quads, a straight flush, or a royal, you get paid instantly. 300 for quads, 500 for a straight flush, 1,000 for a royal. If you get aces full of jacks or better, you will receive $100. No waiting. Your hand can't be beat. Your hand can't be tied. You will get paid immediately after you win or lose the hand. It's a great promotion. I've had some mixed reviews, but I think it's a great promotion. You know how many times as a dealer, you know, you're playing along with the players, Kyle, where, you know, if their hand gets beat, you know, you just got beat.
Yeah.
Be kind of nice to just automatically, once you deal it, you know. Well, you would hope anyway. You know, you would get your little gratuity.
That is kind of fun. I've seen some dealers sweat. I do have one funny story. I was playing where there was a $1,000 high hand in Bonita Springs, and I made quads, and it was beat with like 30 seconds left, and I'm literally in a hand, and I was so mad that I wasn't even paying attention. And at the end of the hand, I had just like queens full of threes. And in that room, any high hand pays off.
Yeah.
And then 30 minutes later, I'm texting my wife how angry I am that I lost with quads, and now queens full of threes won the next. Like, how is this even possible? How do I run this bad? And all of a sudden, the table's like clapping and cheering. I'm like, what? They're like, oh, you won. I'm like, wait, that's me? Yeah, that one's you. Like, oh, okay.
That's funny.
Was a funny kind of roller coaster of emotion.
Bonita Springs. How is that
Nope.
poker room down there?
I like Daytona better.
Yeah.
Or Orange City. Orange City is where I crafted, you know, all my strategies, really. It's where I began playing more seriously. First room that gave me permission to pull out the
Vlog.
camera and
Yeah.
make me what I am. Without them, I would never be where I'm at. So always have a nostalgic / favorite feeling for Orange City.
Yeah.
Bonita Springs still doesn't let me film at all. They said no camera, don't try it. Huh, okay, whatever, sure.
All right, so we won't talk about them on air. They get no
Yeah,
publicity. No free.
yeah,
they get no free plugs.
They have no fun.
The no fun room. We'll call it. We'll call it that.
Definitely don't let you spin a wheel.
All right, we got King 8 of clubs here for Hank. Raises to 900. Aaron's going to come along with 6-4 offsuit.
Yeah, he's trying to. He knows that there's a lot of runouts where he can just like bet and win. And this is
Just
gonna
a
be one of
great,
them where he's
just a great
going
flop for
to.
Aaron. Middle pair,
Check.
open-ended straight draw.
Not over yet.
There's a gin. There's a gin card for Hank.
Yeah, horrible card for Aaron. He had the whole board locked up and then some, and now he's drawing to 30% equity.
Makes the call.
See if he bluffs on a spade.
Hmm.
Well,
That's 2 pair
Whether
for
he-
Hank.
yeah,
He's not
whether he
going
does
there.
or not, that one's not going to work.
No.
When your opponent makes 2 pair. I was just wondering if he had any lead moves in him when a spade comes. Just like, oh, well, my opponent probably has a king here, but the obvious flush draw gets there, maybe he folds.
It would have been nice to see if he had that in the toolbox or not.
Just not this time. Maybe next
Thank you,
time.
sir. Man, I can't believe I made it through another round with you. Oh, this must be a miracle.
I hear some banter from Hank saying he can't believe he made it to another round with him. So maybe he's trying to smooze up his opponent here before he stacks him.
That's somewhat friendly, you know.
Yeah. Make your opponent have a nice, easy feeling. Tell him, basically saying you're better than me. I'm glad I'm hanging in here, but give him a little easy feeling, and maybe you lure him to sleep and then just double up through him. That'd be great.
Now we're doing 500, 500, 250. So each pot is
1.2,
bigger.
1.25 in the middle every time now.
Yep. Take a cool million when you steal every big blind and big blind ante.
Opening bets are probably going to be in the $1.2 million range right about now. 1.2 million in chips. Standard. This should
Tournament
be
gonna
over pretty quick.
Tournament gonna bring out some 100K chips, or are we just gonna leave it as is?
I don't know. Hank with the Obama again. On the button.
He's got 14, 15 big blinds. Yeah, he's even counting as it's a somewhat awkward size. Can't really jam, but you definitely want to raise. Need to win some of these big blinds, steal them, take them down pre. It's gonna help.
Aaron with 4-3 suited.
Yeah, facing a min raise, it's plenty fine to just peel it. Hope for some diamonds. Hope for some connectivity.
Nice spot for Hank here to be in.
Even just have the flop go check, your opponent miss, and you can bluff some streets. That one's kind of tough to win with 4-3, though. You have backdoor diamonds, but if your opponent has an ace, you just lose. And
Yeah, you just pay him.
Hank knows. Like,
Hank knows Aaron would have probably 3-bet there with an ace, so he's just going to take this down.
9.5 million. We're coming back. Brings us closer to 20 big blinds for Hank. Next hand.
Ace 6 off for Aaron on the button.
expect him to just min raise this. He goes a little bit bigger, 1.2.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Versus Queen 9. This hand's very difficult to play out of position. Like, heads up, it's probably a play. But you're just gonna, unless you connect, it's gonna be so difficult to find a way to win. Even when you, like, flop a 9 or a queen. It's a lot of reverse implied odds. Sometimes your opponent just has a better version of that. So, folding the Queen 9 off out of position seems very reasonable, honestly. Especially when your opponent was min raising before, now they're doing 1.2, a little bit bigger. Probably take that as a little bit stronger, just because people don't really, when they fluctuate their bet sizes, a lot of it is actually, you know, correlating to their hand strength. So you just kind of think that Aaron has a stronger hand there. Gonna raise the king queen. This time he does 1.4. It looks like he was going to. Going bigger, trying to win pre.
You went dark now, Kyle. The sun is down in Coral.
Cape Coral.
Cape Coral. It's down. Sun's down.
Yeah. It's nighttime. We started at high noon and.
I love the sunset. You go to Ultra or EDC. You ever go to Ultra or EDC with the sunset sets? They usually put the best DJ in the right when the sun comes down. It's the best. It's prime time.
I have one time I've been to it. Very fun.
Yeah, it's
Need
good.
to go to it while
time.
I was like, you know, young enough to enjoy it. Oh, this could be a big one. We got king queen.
Hank with
versus
jacks
pocket
again,
jacks.
and he's all in. Oh boy, Aaron's got a hand. He's gonna put him in the grinder, Aaron. Make him think about it.
Kind of interesting that Hank jams and then instantly stands up. Since I'm pretty sure Aaron has not called yet. So
No, he hasn't.
Kind of weird for him to stand up and walk away when he's all in. But
Almost
he did ask for a
like
count.
he's expecting Aaron to call. Like it's like an all-in moment, but
Yeah, like there is no fold here.
right.
He did ask for a count, so you assume that it's.
Hank trying to act
possible.
as nonchalant as possible right now. Sits back down with the hands in the pockets. I mean,
Which is odd because he already stood up like instantly when he went all in.
I'm just
You
like,
don't see that too often.
yeah, I think Aaron's gonna pick up on that, and I think he's not gonna play here.
Yeah, I think that just kind of.
It was very strange. I don't think I've ever seen that. Not until the money goes in.
I think that pretty much guarantees that it's not a bluff. But
Or
even
it'd
when
be
it's not a
the
bluff-
greatest bluff ever.
But even when it's not a bluff, you're still flipping with tens, jacks,
Yeah.
30% against ace king, ace queen.
No, I'm with you. That was very strange that Hank got up there and just basically just gave his opponent a tell. I mean, that he's pretty strong.
You probably don't do this with aces, because we've seen him play aces once and he didn't jam when he had about 20 big blinds. So I don't think if you're Aaron, you're overthinking. You're drawing really, really thin. I think you're thinking 30% at best because you block kings, you block queens.
I wonder what's going through Aaron's mind right now. Yeah, I think he just wants to end it now. He's just gonna like flip. Hopefully the guy got the nines or tens. You know, he's got two overs. That's the best hand he could see. I think he was just,
He's
at
thinking-
the end of the day, it's 12,000 difference. I mean, at some point you got to get it in here. I think that's why Aaron just called there.
Love you, dealer.
And we're off to a 50-50 again. 12,000 different in pay jump, king, queen, putting jacks at risk. when
Hank
the flop
looking to
is
dodge. 3 in the window with the king.
King high.
This could be it.
Jacks down to 2 outs, or Hank's tournament life is over.
13%.
Runner, diamond.
He does have some diamond backdoors, so
And there's the sweat.
pulls the diamond.
Always a sweat on the turn, Kyle.
Yeah, pulls,
Made for TV
pulls
here.
11 outs out of 2. Plenty of chance to get right back into this.
Can
Can
Hank
take
dodge the
chip
bullet?
lead?
And Aaron wins.
No chip lead for Hank. He had a tremendous run. Hung in there for approximately 100 hands. Like, very well done. Got several double ups. Got short. Kept battling back.
Kyle, I want to
Well,
start.
yeah.
I want to start betting on this, man. I mean, it's 3 for 3 winners. I gave you people the winner again. I mean, this is just getting easy.
Yep.
Can I bet on this? Like, can I go on the Hard Rock app and can we bet on this?
We'll do fantasy final tables going forward.
I don't want to say anything. I kind of took some chalk there. I went a little chalky with Aaron. He was definitely the best player at the table. Most experienced probably in, like you said, the bigger cash game settings, tournaments. He's obviously the most aggressive player, and he ran good, he ran pure, and played really well. My congratulations to Aaron.
Yep, and congratulations to Hank. You know, he still booked a $34,399 profit from a $400 tournament buy-in. Seems great. Seems like definitely a strong return on investment.
One bullet too. One bullet for 400.
But our champion today is Aaron, and he takes a first place finish of 46,839. Extra congratulations to him. Both guys played great. And shout out to the dealers on the floor and everyone who helped put on this show. Shout out
Everybody
to
did a great job. Everybody did a great job.
Happy that it really wasn't like a cooler. You know, it was 50-50. We had a few of them. Some went Hank's way. This one went Aaron's way.
Kyle, we got to thank our fans too. We thanked everybody but our fans out there, our legions of fans.
Yeah,
demanding us to be back together today. They got it.
Yeah, and thank you everyone who showed up for the stream. Like
everybody on the live stream, we appreciate you.
Yeah, busy.
Sign
Monday
up to the
night,
next
Tuesday.
tournament. Come down here. This could be you on the final table, and you know, me and Kyle can make some comments and judge your play, and you might be the next $50,000 winner.
Yeah, maybe even give you some tips here and there that make you better in the long term. You know, extra value. You get to watch it later. But,
all right, Kyle. I think that's it. I think we're going to sign off here.
Yep, gonna sign off.
Any other things you want to say here at the end, or?
No, I think we covered pretty much everything. You know, good job all around. Everyone, you know, dealers get some handshakes. They're happy with them.
All right, my brother. I am going to sign off here. I'm going to go get my free salmon from Daytona Beach Kennel Club. You're the man, bro. See you next time.